I was privileged and privy to be part of the decision and the judgment elaborately given by my Lord presiding Honorable Justice Haruna Samani, and I am in full agreement with the lead judgment as delivered by him in these three consolidated petitions, which are petitions number CAPC 03-2023 and CAPC 04-2023 and CAPPC 05-2023. I agree also with the consolidated rulings on the various objections and other interlocutory applications relating to the competence of witnesses and the documents tendered in the three petitions highlighted. I also agreed with the reasoning and the conclusions arrived at the rulings on the preliminary objections and the substantial issues raised therein. In any concluded election, there are bound to be a winner and losers. While the winner celebrates victory, an aggrieved loser may come before the court to ventilate his grievances. This is made possible by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended, which in section 6 thereof empowers the courts to determine disputes, including election disputes. It is well settled that an election petition by nature is sui generis, of its own kind or class. It is not like going to court to make a claim of debt, contract, or tort. It has its own character, and it is unique by its nature. The slightest non-compliance with the procedural step, which otherwise could either be cured or waived in ordinary civil proceedings, could result in a fatal consequence to election petition. A lot of authorities listed there. Election petition as a special proceeding is specifically regulated by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Electoral Act, and other rules of procedure, such as the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules, the practice direction of the Honorable President of the Court of Appeal for the hearing of the election petition and for the hearing of election petition and the election petition appeals. By Section 285(5) of the Constitution, an election petition shall be filed within 21 days after the date of the declaration of results of the election. By Section 285(6) thereof, an election tribunal shall deliver its judgments in writing within 180 days. These timelines are sacrosanct and cannot be extended by the court. It is tried law that under the first schedule of the Electoral Act, the election petition to be filed is well regulated. Paragraph 4, 5, and 6 of the Electoral Act provides that the election petition shall be accompanied by a list of witnesses that the petitioner intends to call in proof of the petition. 2, written statements on oath of witnesses. 3, copies or lists of every document to be relied on at the hearing of the petition. A petition which fails to comply with subparagraph 5 shall not be accepted for filing by the Secretary. An election petition which does not comply with subparagraph 1 or any provision of that subparagraph is defective and may be struck out by the tribunal or the court. The word shall used in this legislation makes it mandatory for a petitioner to comply with the provision of the law in pursuing or prosecuting election petition. Failure to comply is fatal. Election petitions are fought on pleadings, competent and credible witnesses. Where a petition is deficient in pleadings and evidence, it is difficult to say it is proved, or it is difficult to prove the state petition. In the instant case, the petitioner's pleadings were deficient. While they complained of non-compliance with the Electoral Act against first respondent, their own petitions were massively deficient in non-compliance with the said act. The lead judgment has elaborately dealt with these issues. When a court is called upon to determine an election dispute, he is called upon to do justice. Our notion of justice is doing justice is not that of doing justice according to the whims and caprices of the judges or the parties. It must be justice according to law. Justice according to law is also that which is neither based on technicality nor justice according to the suggestive clout of pressure groups, but as such as it substantially meets the demands of justice. This, with all respect, is what we have done in the lead judgment. I therefore concur with the leading judgment that these three consolidated petitions, having not been proved, are hereby dismissed. I abide by the consequential orders as made in the lead judgment.
I will call on my land brother, my immediate left, to deliver his own judgment.
I have read the lead rulings and judgments of my learned brother, H.S. Samani JCA, in the above consolidated petitions. I agree with his reasoning and conclusion in each petition and adopt same as mine. I add a few words for emphasis. Petition number 3. Ground 1 of the petition is that the respondent was, at the time of the election, not qualified to contest the election. The first complaint under this ground is that the purported sponsorship of the second and third respondents by the fourth respondent was rendered invalid by reason of the third respondent knowingly allowing himself to be nominated as the first vice presidential candidate, whilst he was still a senatorial candidate for the Borno Central constituency. The controversy about the third respondent knowingly allowing himself to be nominated in more than one constituency was the subject matter in PDP against INEC and others, reported in 2023 LPELR 60457 SC. The Supreme Court Paukoro JSC, Augi JSC, Ogumiju JSC, and Ajim JSC, in their concurring opinions, held that the third respondent, having withdrawn his nomination and personally delivered the notice of withdrawal to his party, fourth respondent in this petition, on 6 July 2022, he was no longer a candidate for Borno Central constituency senatorial election in his subsequent nomination as the vice president for the presidential election was not multiple nomination. The opinion of the Supreme Court of the Supreme Court, Paukoro JSC, Augi JSC, Ogumiju JSC, and Ajim JSC, is not a comment or observation made in passing. It is an exposition of the law on withdrawal of a candidate from an election and the allegation that the third respondent knowingly allowed himself to be nominated as the vice presidential candidate while he was still a senatorial candidate for Borno Central constituency. Concurring opinion forms part of the lead judgment, and it is meant to complement him by way of addition or an improvement on the issues resolved in the lead judgment. See Unwana against FCDA, Olorun Toba Oju against Abdurrahim, and both and others against Just Electricity Distribution Company PLC. Citations supplied. The Supreme Court, having rendered its considered and definite opinion on the validity of the nomination of the second respondent as vice presidential candidates of the fourth respondent, attempt to reopen the issue in this court is a misadventure. The second complaint is that the second respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest for the office of the president, as he was fined the sum of $460,000 for an offense involving dishonesty, namely narcotics trafficking, by the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division, in case number 93C 4483 on 4th October 1993. The contention of the learned counsel for the petitioners is that the order of forfeiture made by the court is a fine under Section 137(1)(d) of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is a settled principle of interpretation that when the words used in the provisions of the Constitution are clear and unambiguous, same must be given their plain and ordinary meaning, unless to do so will lead to absurdity. See Abegundi and other cases cited here. The context in which the word sentence is used in Section 137(1)(d) of the Constitution connotes formal pronouncement awarding punishment after conviction for an offense. Conviction is a finding of guilt, after an indictment, arraignment, and trial. See Kole Oso against FRN, Mohammed against Olawumi, Modu against Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, the words sentence, imprisonment, and fine used in section 137(1)(d) of the Constitution definitely connotes only a punishment imposed on a defendant following an indictment, trial, and conviction for an offense. See Babangida Usman against the state. Citation supplied at 40 to 41. Sharif against Federal Republic of Nigeria. Citation supplied. In civil forfeiture or a non-conviction-based forfeiture, proceedings. In civil forfeiture or non-conviction-based forfeiture proceedings, the government only needs to show by preponderance of evidence that the property is a proceed of crime or was used to facilitate a crime. Criminal forfeiture, on the other hand, is seizure of a property connected with a crime after obtaining conviction and as part of sentence or punishment for the crime. Civil forfeiture is not a conviction or verdict of guilt after an indictment, trial, and conviction. See Jonathan against Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied, where the Supreme Court Parkas JSC considered the provisions of Section 17 of the Advance Fee Fraud and Other Related Offences Act and persuaded by the decisions of the various courts across the world, held that civil forfeiture is an action in rem embarked upon when the interest of the government is merely to recover the proceeds of unlawful activity. The court also held that an application for interim forfeiture of property that is not predicated on conviction of the owner of the property will necessarily be an action in rem because it is the recovery of the property that the law aims at. A forfeiture order by a foreign court can only be accepted and recognized by a court in Nigeria for the purpose of Section 137(1)(d) of the Constitution, if it is made after an indictment, trial, and conviction, and properly proved as required by Section 49 of the Evidence Act. In addition, the conviction and sentence must be shown to have been a product of due process of law. Compliance with the process of law has to be determined by the procedure and standard set by Section 36, subsection 5 and 6 of our Constitution. The forfeiture order being relied on by the petitioners has not been shown to be a result of a process similar to the one set by our Constitution for a trial of a defendant for an offense. The appellant counsel relied on Austin against United States, citation supplied, and Teams against Indiana, decided on 20th February 2019. The forfeiture proceedings in the two cases were instituted as part of criminal proceedings after conviction of the defendants. Secondly, forfeiture was regarded as punishment for the purpose of protecting the constitutional rights of the defendants against imposition or infliction of excessive bail or excessive fines or cruel and unusual punishment for an offense. Eighth Amendment provides that excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel or unusual punishments inflicted. In United States against usury, 1996, other citations supplied, the United States Supreme Court considered the relationship between punishment and civil forfeiture. The court held that in rem civil property forfeiture did not constitute a punishment such as fine for purposes of double jeopardy clause of the Fifth Amendment. In Abacha against Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied, forfeiture was also defined in the context of the doctrine of double jeopardy. The appellant contended that the state could not indict and prosecute him for the offenses of conspiracy, receiving stolen property, dishonestly and concealing stolen money after forfeiting the properties listed under forfeiture of assets, etc., certain persons decree number 53 of 1999. The rejection of the plea of double jeopardy means that the court did not consider the forfeiture under the forfeiture of asset ECC certain provision persons decree number 53 of 1999 as punishment. From all the above, it is clear that a non-conviction based forfeiture, being civil in nature and an action in rem, can in no way be equated with a sentence of imprisonment or fine imposed for an offense involving dishonesty or fraud or for any other offense to disqualify a person from contesting for election to the office of the President of Nigeria. An indictment, arraignment, trial, and conviction are necessary preconditions for disqualification of a person under Section 137(1)(d) of the Constitution. Grant 2 of the petition is that the election of the second respondent was invalid by reason of corrupt practices or non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act. The allegations are basically predicated upon electronic transmission of the election. A global reading of the Electoral Act 2002, particularly sections 47(2), 61(5), 62(1), 65(1) to 8, will show that what the Act provides for is manual transfer and manual collation of results by collation officers at various physical collation centers. There is no provision for electronic transmission or IREF or electronic collation of results in the Act. By paragraphs 38 and 48A of INEC regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 2022, the first respondent made provision for electronic transmission and physical stroke manual transfer of election results from the polling unit. However, paragraph 48C provides that if no result has been electronically
back again. For some reason, I don't know what happened, but we are going to continue from where we stop right now. But I don't know if they want to do this thing till tomorrow morning because I'm not even sure anymore. But meanwhile, let's continue with
won the election if the results had been uploaded on the IREF. Election petition is a serious issue. A petitioner is not permitted to engage in fishing expedition or a roving inquiry, as the petitioners herein did. It is clear from the pleadings and the evidence of PW 12 that the petitioners were from the onset engaged in a wild goose chase and inquisitorial adventure. By paragraph 9 of the regulation, a political party has a right to appoint one person as its polling agent for each polling unit, collation center, and one representative at each point of distribution of electoral materials in the constituency where it is sponsoring candidates or candidates for an election. According to PW 12, the petitioners exercise that right and add 133,000 party agents in the election. I stated earlier that none of those 133,000 polling agents was called, and not a single one of results forms collected by any of the agents was tendered in evidence. Electoral Act provided a candidate who wishes to challenge any result declared by INEC with a potent material, which are the forms on which results are entered, signed by the first respondent officials and party agents, and a duplicate copy of it is given to the party agent. Any serious candidate ought not to depend on INEC for materials to prosecute his petition. By Section 167D of the Evidence Act, the failure of the petitioners to produce election result forms collected by their agents raises a presumption that if those forms had been produced, it would have been unfavorable to the petitioners. The first respondents in their pleadings and evidence through DW1 stated that the delay in uploading the results from the polling units to the IREF was due to a technical glitch which occurred on their transmission system, which was rectified within a few hours. All that the petitioners could do was to bring a PW1, a member of the second petitioner, who claimed to be a software engineer and an employee of Amazon. She had the temerity and the audacity to claim authorship of a document, a word of which does not belong to her. The first respondent never claimed that the glitch occurred on Amazon Web Services. It is obvious from PW7's evidence that the petitioners did not understand the explanation of the first respondent, or were just fixated on their belief that they won the election without any cogent and credible evidence. And they did not even bother to place any such credible evidence before this court. Were they expecting the court to go and gather evidence from the street or from the market, or to be persuaded or intimidated by threats
How
on
can a
social
judge be
media?
talking like this?
That is not the way of the court.
Tinubu mind the talk of
Admonition of Toby JSC in Buhari against Yaradua on a similar situation like the instant case, citation supplied. Thus, the petitioners not only failed to prove non-compliance with the Electoral Act, they failed to prove that the non-compliance substantially affected the result of the election declared by the first respondent. It is settled that even if non-compliance with the Electoral Act is established, if there is evidence that despite the non-compliance, the result of the election was not affected substantially, the petition must, as a matter of law, be dismissed. See Abubakar and others against Yaradua, citation supplied. The third ground of the petition is that the second respondent was not duly elected by majority of lawful votes cast at the election, having not obtained 25% of the votes in FCT. The provisions of the Constitution must be read together to discover the intention of the framers of the Constitution. A court of law has no power to take away or limit the words of the Constitution or import into it what it does not say. See Elelu, Abib, and another. Against the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, citation supplied. A narrow interpretation that would do violence to the provisions of the Constitution and fail to achieve the goal set by it must be avoided. Our Constitution is based on principles of freedom, equality, and justice in all ramifications, and is for the purpose of consolidating the unity of our people. Section 41 and 2 of this Constitution, 14(1) and 2, states that the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall be a state based on the principles of democracy and social justice. The participation by the people in their government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. The right to vote is at the foundation of our democracy. It is the most potent and priceless opportunity a citizen has to have a say in who governs. Every citizen who is qualified to vote must be afforded equal opportunity to cast his or her vote to elect leaders who governs. Our constitutional principles of freedom, equality, and justice, democracy, and social justice means that the vote of each citizen shall count. Each and every vote should count equally. No vote should weigh more than the other. The principles of equality of vote must be protected by the court. The interpretation of Section 134(2) of the Constitution being urged on us by the petitioners is an unjust manipulation of the Constitution to create inequality of votes. It negates the principle of equality and justice, democracy and social justice, and participation of the people in their government enshrined in our Constitution. It strikes at the very foundation of our Constitution. It is capable of further dividing the citizens of this country. The politicians are good at using all sorts of means and sentiments to divide the citizens of this country. The interpretation being urged on us is their latest invention in that regard. And unfortunately, They found a ready alliance with those who should know better. The interpretation being or not is squarely against the letters and spirit of our Constitution, and it is hereby rejected. Based on the above and the further reasons lucidly explained in the lead judgment, I too dismiss the petition. 04. I have had a preview of the reasons given in the lead judgment of my learned brother. I agreed with his reasoning and conclusion. I adopt same as mine. I hereby abide by the orders made therein. As for 05, I adopt my reasoning in respect of the third ground, and I also dismiss the petition. On the whole, I too dismiss each of the three consolidated petitions. I abide by the order made in respect of the petition in the lead judgment.
My learned brother, by my extreme right, shall present his own judgment.
Long last.
Just do one more. Okay. It's not complete, you know.
I'd earlier read in draft the rulings and judgments of my learned brother, Aruna Simon Samani, in these consolidated petition numbers CAPEPC 03, 04, and 05, 2023. I am in complete agreement with his lordship's reasoning and conclusions on all of them. First, for petition numbers PEPC 04, 2023, that is the Allied People's Movement petition, I am of the very fixed view that the issues agitated by the petitioner therein concerning third respondent's alleged disqualification by reason of matters connected to or surrounding his running mate's nomination and relinquishing of his earlier nomination by his party for the Boronu Central Senatorial District having been settled on their merit by the Supreme Court in its judgment, in appeal numbers SCCV 501, 2023, in third and first respondents' favor therein, with the Apex Court even holding that the said issues did not disqualify them, that decision constitutes issue Estoppel, being status defining, and so judgment in rem it binds every person, including non-parties to the suit, like the petitioner in petition number CAPC 04 2023, C. Cotton, and Oyekomi, Soson, and Odemuyiwa. Furthermore, by the doctrine of stare decisis, it also binds this court. In fact, it will, in my humble opinion, amount to judicial heresy for this court to involve itself in inquiring by whatever guise into that same issue already settled by the Apex Court. Coming to petition number CA03 2020 of Peter Obi and another versus INEC and others, and CAPC 05 2023 Atiku Abubakar and another, again, I am of the very fixed view that the two sets of petitioners did not by any means discharge the burden on them of proving that the results of the presidential election of 25th February 2023 as declared by first respondent were incorrect. Incidentally, their burden is even made heavier by the legal presumption that the votes of an election declared by the official organizing body that INEC is are correct. And it is for the person asserting the contrary to prove it, Buhari and INEC, see Buhari and INEC. Even their resort to first respondent's failure to keep its initial promise to upload poly-unit results of that election to its result being portal IREV real time, which failure the alleged evidences election manipulation, does not help them. And specifically on this allegation of manipulation of election results, the point must be made that since it is their case that from the word go that the election results in issue were manipulated by first respondent in favor of second respondent, and specifically that the manipulation took the form of quote programmed failure of the technological device, machines, that is beavers, by first respondent by intercepting the results, quarantining, warehousing, and filtering such results before releasing them to the IREF portal. 2, INEC replacing its in-house IT expert at the 11th hour with a rogue staff, all in a bid to completely control, monitor, and filter data transmitted from the beavers devices to the electronic system. And 3, that Globacom, the internet provider for the beavers and electronic system, was also disconnected by first respondent to enable it to manipulate the results with the petitioners in CA, that is the article petition, even going further to undertake to call evidence to prove all those allegations. The burden of proof was on the petitioners to prove those assertions, and that is regardless of whether they are positive or negative. After all, it is they who would have failed in the case if no evidence at all was adduced in their petitions. See on that sections 131 of the Evidence Act, Buhari and INEC Aladegbe versus Fasomade, Elias and Tisu Dashi and another Abrat and Railway, Northeast Railway Company. I have taken all this time in making this point because of the argument of both sets of defendants that they only made negative assertions in their petitions when they alleged that there was nothing wrong with first respondents transmission system and IREF, so they had no burden to prove it. That the burden of proof was on the respondents who they said positively asserted glitch in real-time transmission of their results. Petitioners who directly made manipulation of its e-transmission system by first respondent to favor second respondent, a pillar of their case, cannot be held to say it is respondents and not them that had the burden of proof in this case. Incidentally, that assertion of petitioners that INEC simply closed down or blocked its IREF and e-transmission system from the public to enable it to manipulate the election results in favor of second respondents also takes me directly to the more important question in the petition, namely whether that allegation is even worthy of belief, given the results declared by INEC for them and the second respondent in the election. To answer that million-dollar question, I deem it necessary to resort to the probabilities arising from the facts of the case. That test, otherwise called the probability test, which test celebrated Judge Chukwudifu Akonne Oputa, JSC, always maintained, and I quote him, is the surest road to the shrine of truth and justice. See the cases of, he said so in the case of Dibiamaka and others, and in Ojegele and others, the first 1989 and the second 1988. I gave the citations. Here, the assertion of petitioners is that first respondent INEC merely used the excuse of glitch in its IREF portal to block the public from seeing its polling unit results real time so that it could manipulate, and indeed actually manipulate, the 25th February 23 presidential elections in favor of second respondent. It is their further contention that the manipulation of IREF by INEC with the said phantom glitch in favor of second respondent was nationwide. The question is, do the results declared by INEC support that hypothesis? They say the taste of the pudding is in the eating. I shall therefore now try to walk us through some of these election results to see if that assertion of petitioners is supported by the results declared by INEC and so probable and worthy of belief. In doing that, I shall randomly pick on the results of some states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. I shall be relying on the state summary of the results, that is from ECD, declared by INEC and has also attached their petition by the petitioners in CAPC 05, that is articles case, which result was also tendered by both sets of petitioners and respondents. So I take first Abia State. There, second respondent, the alleged favored candidate of INEC, for which it was said to have shut down its IREF to manipulate results, only garnered a miserly 8,914 votes. That is as against the Labour Party, which by INEC's declaration polled as many as 327,095 votes. Even the other set of petitioners, complainants, the PDP and its candidates, scored more votes in Abia than INEC's purported favored candidate. They also scored 22,676 votes in Abia and was so recorded by INEC. Those votes alone are close to 3 times the votes of second respondents for whom INEC was said to have manipulated results by closing down its IREF so that the public would not witness its manipulative activities in favor of second respondents. In Enugu State, the same favored quote-unquote candidate, second respondent, was again declared credited by INEC to have polled only 4,772 votes in the entire state. Meanwhile, the Labour Party and its candidates were again declared by manipulative and quote-unquote and unfriendly INEC to have scored as much as 428,690 votes in that state. In the same Enugu, PDP and its candidate was also declared by INEC to have polled 15,745 votes, a number that is also nearly 3 times the votes of the so-called favored second respondent. In Anambra State, the same purported favored candidate, second respondent, was declared by its alleged friend INEC to have scored only 5,111 votes. Meanwhile, the Labour Party, whose candidate, first petitioner in CAPC, I must take judicial notice of, vide Section 124 of the Evidence Act, is from that state, again was declared to have polled as much as 584,621 votes. Again, like Enugu State, the PDP and its candidate was declared by INEC to have polled 9,036 votes, a number that is also nearly double the votes of, quote, INEC-favored, end quote, second respondent. In neighboring Delta State, the same INEC-favored candidate, second respondent, was declared by INEC to have scored 90,180 votes. That is as against the Labour Party and its candidate, which is credited by the same bias, quote and unquote, INEC, to have scored as much as 179,917 votes. In that same Delta State, the PDP and its candidate scored 161,600 votes, again nearly double the votes of second respondents. In Adamawa State of the PDP and its candidate, the same favored second respondent was declared by INEC to have scored only 105,648 votes, while the PDP and its candidate were declared by the bias, quote and unquote, INEC to have scored as much as 214,012 votes. In Imo State, the same purported INEC-favored candidate, second respondent, was declared by INEC to have scored only 66,406 votes, while the Labour Party and its candidate is declared by the same INEC to have polled as much as 360,495 votes. In Ebonyi State, the Labour Party again scored as much as 259,738 votes. That is as against alleged INEC-favored second respondent, who by INEC's declaration, that is his friend's declaration, again polled a relatively miserly 42,402 votes. The PDP is said to have scored 13,503 votes there. Even in Lagos State, where second respondent was once held sway as elected governor, the Labour Party and its candidate was again declared by bias, quote and unquote, INEC to have beaten second respondent with almost 10,000 votes. Labour Party was declared by INEC to have polled 582,455 votes as against 572,606 polled by second respondent and so declared by INEC. It is a similar story in the federal capital territory of Abuja, where INEC has its headquarters and supposedly carried out, directed, all its, quote, manipulative and biased activities in favor of second respondent that petitioners claim it did in the election. Second respondent and his political party still lost there. In fact, by the result, second respondent friendly, quote and unquote, INEC declared in the federal capital territory of Abuja, second respondent could not even make 25% of the votes, total votes cast there. He was said to have polled only 90,902 votes. That amounts to just 18.991% of total votes cast in the FCT, yet INEC declared that result. That is as against 281,717 votes, amounting to 58.856% of the total votes, the same INEC declared for Labour and its candidate. There are also other states, including Katsina State of the immediate past president of this country, a member of the second respondent, who was still in office at the time of the elections, a part of the judicial notice of video section 124 of the Evidence Act. There again, second respondent and his party, the APC, also the then sitting president, was declared by the same INEC to have lost to the petitioners in CAPC 05-2023, that is Atiku Abubakar. Now, if all these results declared by INEC for each of the states for the two sets of petitioners and second respondent is anything to go by, then INEC must be an abysmally poor manipulator, if not even an imbecilic one. Surely it will not go through all the stress of closing down its IREF and blocking the public from seeing its manipulative efforts in favor of second respondent, as alleged by the petitioners, only for it to still end up favoring the petitioners with jumbo votes and posting miserly figures for its favored second respondent. It is said that all men stamp as probable that which they would have said or done under similar circumstances, and as improbable that which they themselves would not have said or done under the same set of similar circumstances. Things inconsistent with human knowledge and experience are properly rated as improbable, end quote. See again Oputa GSC on this, Nonwa and the state and Bozin and the state. At any rate, why did any of the two sets of petitioners not tender even a single polling unit result issued by INEC to their polling unit agents to support their claim of manipulation of election results by INEC, even as they all agreed that they had agents in the polling units? I have thought that this is the best and most effective way of proving the manipulation of election results alleged by them. After all, the polling unit is the only place where voting takes place, and so also constitutes the building block of election results. That much is stated in paragraph 90 of INEC guidelines and for the election, and also Wobuda Nono and Awuse and Odele. In short, the allegation of the petitioners that INEC shut down its IREP to manipulate votes for second respondent just does not add up for me. If anything, the probabilities arising from the results INEC declared nationwide as S-read above rather seem to me to eloquently support its position that its inability to upload the polling unit results real time, as earlier promised, was not deliberate but caused by technical issues outside its control that afflicted its e-transmission system, which issues it claims made it impossible for its e-transmission system to map the uploaded polling unit results for the presidential election to any specific state. That it claimed is unlike the much smaller National Assembly elections that were conducted simultaneously with the presidential election. It is that phenomena it describes as glitch that was giving it an HTTP 500 error, which eventually resultantly delayed real-time public viewing of the said polling unit results. That conclusion also takes me to another big issue in this case, namely the evidential value of the European Union Observer Mission report on the 2023 presidential election, over which quite a mountain has been made up by both sets of petitioners. That report was tendered by the petitioners in petition number PEPC, that is Obia and another, as Exhibit X2, and by the petitioners in CEPEC 05 as Exhibit RA27. The impression given by both sets of petitioners is that the said report, which in any case has been even ruled admissible by us in petition number CAPEPC 03-2023, is like gospel truth of what happened in the election. And so it must be accepted by this court, and the conduct of the presidential election declared corrupt or at the very least below par, regardless of whether or not its authors presented themselves in court to defend their opinions. That stance, I am afraid, is a non sequitur, a complete non sequitur. Without the makers of that report presenting themselves in court to face cross-examination, to authenticate their opinions, that report, and I dare to add even the ECOWAS report of the same elections, tendered by second and third respondents in petition numbers in the two petitions, are completely valueless and inadmissible for the purposes of authenticating the opinions expressed in them by the makers. See first on that the cases of Nyesom and Peterside and Said Yakowa. It also makes no difference that the said reports have been put in the form of print. Books, it must be noted, cannot be cross-examined. On this, I find support in the celebrated case of Idudu and others versus Okumagba, where the Supreme Court, 1976, where the Supreme Court had this to say, and let me quote what the Supreme Court said, as for the law involved in Idudu and Okumagba, we would like to point out that it is now well settled that there are 5 ways in which ownership of land may be proved. In our view, not only was the evidence of the witnesses, that is continuation, not only was the evidence of the witnesses called by the appellants rightly rejected by learned trial judge for good and sufficient reasons, we also think that he was right in not attaching any weight to the views expressed in the book cited in support of such traditional evidence. As Lionel Brett JSC, as event was rightly in our view once pointed out in a learned address given by him at the University of Lagos to the Nigerian Association of Law Teachers, smaller quote again, the courts are not to be hypnotized by the authority of print. The crucial fact is that books cannot be cross-examined, either as to the opinions expressed or as to the claims of the author to have special knowledge. If the author is living, there is no reason why he should not be tendered as an expert when this difficulty would vanish. Small quotes, end quote of that side. Then the Supreme Court went on to say, moreover, none of the authors of these books in that Kumagba's case testified in support of the views stated therein, and no explanation was given for the omission. For all these reasons, we share the apprehensions of the learned trial judge about the value or weight of the traditional evidence as narrated by each of these authors, particularly as the authenticity and impartiality of the sources of their narratives cannot, for obvious reasons, be easily ascertained, end quote. I went on to say that is the exact same situation we are confronted with here as regards both the European Observer Mission report and its brother ECOWAS Election Observer report. For purposes of proving the opinions expressed in them by their makers, neither of them is of any higher value than the mere sheets of paper on which it is recorded. And for those who, like the petitioners, are enamored by the now very familiar patronizing judgments passed on elections, regularly passed on elections, by European election observer missions every 4 years. Even as the same Europeans have maintained a deafening silence on the never-ending complaints of former President Donald Trump, that the year 2020,000 presidential elections of the United States that saw him out of office was also a fraud, it may interest them to know that Sir Justice Lionel Brett, who made the comment cited approvingly by the Supreme Court in Okumagba's case that I read above, was also a European. He's British. He was British. I think I intend to stop here. I think I've said enough. It is for these few additions, but much more for the far more illuminating reasons advanced by my brother Haruna Samani GSC, his rulings and judgments, which reasons I concur with without reservation, that I also hold all three consolidated petitions not proved and thereby enter another dismissing all of them, and I affirm the declaration of second respondent Bola Ahmed Tinubu by second respondent as the person duly and properly returned winner of the 25th February 2023 presidential election of this country and duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I also abide by all other consequential orders, including that as a cause contained in the leading judgments.
I now invite my learned brother by my extreme left to present his own judgment.
Well, last but not the least, I've read before now a draft of the lead judgment just delivered by my learned brother, Haruna Simon Samani, JCA, in the three consolidated petitions of CAPEPC 03-2023, CAPEPC 04-2023, and CAPEPC 05-2023. I'm in agreement with and I adopt all the reasons and conclusions stated therein, both in relation to the rulings on the objections and the merits of the three consolidated petitions. Although all the issues in petitions number CAPEPC 03 and 2023 and CAPEPC 05 2023 have been exhaustively resolved in the lead judgment, I deem it only pertinent to highlight a fundamental vice which has affected the two petitions, especially as it relates to the petitioner's essential contention or premise upon which they predicated those two petitions. In those two petitions, the petitioners have premised their ground that the presidential election conducted on the 25th of February 2023 is invalid by reason of corrupt practices and non-compliance on their contention that by the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 2022, the first respondent, INEC, is mandatorily required to electronically transmit election results to the coalition system and to the INEC results viewing portal, the IREP. They contended that the first respondent had deliberately refused to comply with those mandatory provisions and had manipulated the results of the election through various corrupt practices which they allege in those two petitions. However, in both petitions numbers PEPC 03-2023 and PAPC 05-2023, exhibits X1 and X2, which were tendered respectively to show that the Labour Party, the second petitioner in petition number PEPC 03-2023, had before the elections approached the Federal High Court Abuja for the determination that, and I quote, by the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, INEC, the first respondent, has no power to opt for manual method other than the electronic method provided for by the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act, unquote. And I quote again, an order of this honorable court directing / compelling the respondent to comply with the Electoral Act 2022 on electronic transmission of results in the forthcoming general elections, unquote. In that judgment, the Federal High Court Abuja Division had dismissed the suit and held that, and I quote, there is nowhere in the above cited sections where the Commission or any of its agents is mandated to use an electronic means of collating or transferring of election results. If any, the Commission is only mandated to collate and transfer election results and number of accredited voters in a manner or way deemed by it. Additionally, this court's attention was referred to the judgment of this court in appeal number CA LAG CV 332-2023, APC versus Labour Party and 42 others, delivered on the 19th of June 2023, in which this court set aside the judgment of the Federal High Court, Lagos Division, in another suit number FHC LCS 370-2023, Labour Party and others versus INEC, filed by 8 Labour Party, the second petitioner in PEPC 03-2023 before the Lagos Division of the Federal High Court to obtain an order of mandamus compelling INEC to electronically transmit or transfer election results as provided in its regulations, after losing in the Abuja Division of the same court. In the judgment of this court of 19th of July 2023, in appeal number CA-LAG CV 332-2023, this court particularly held at pages 23 to 24 thereof that, and I quote, "It is difficult for suit number FHCLCS 370-2023, which gave rise to this appeal, to escape the level of abuse of court process. I said so because the objective of the suit is to compel the 43rd respondent to adopt a particular way of transmitting or transferring the results of the election in Lagos State. This objective is not in any way different from what the objective of the first respondent wanted to achieve in suit number FHC ABJ CS 1454-2022. Similar parties are the same in the two suits. The second to 42nd respondents are members of the first respondent, which litigated the suit number FHC ABJ CS 1454-2022. The second to 42nd respondent's interest is the same with that of the first respondent, so they are the first respondent's previous. Both suits are against the same defendant, that is the 43rd respondent hearing, and filed in the same court, albeit different divisions of the court. The decision of Emeka Nwite J of Abuja Division of the lower court, which dismissed the first respondent's suit, holding that on the interpretation of the provisions of section 60 subsection 5, 62 subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022, INEC, the 43rd respondent hearing, is at liberty to prescribe or choose the manner in which the election results shall be transmitted, finally settles the issue. I therefore find in suit numbers FHC LCS 370-2023, which is herein being appealed against all the trademarks of the cause of an abuse of judicial process, unquote. Exhibits X1 and X2, tendered in petitions number 03 and 05 respectively, as well as the decisions of this court in appeal number CA-LAG-CV 332-2023, Supra, are subsisting judgments of court which are not only binding on the parties, but which constitute issue Estoppel to the petitioner's essential contention in the two petitions, that the first respondent is by Electoral Act 2022 and the INEC regulations mandatorily required to electronically transmit and collect results of the presidential election. The doctrine of issue Estoppel is that once an issue has been finally decided by a competent court, the issue will not be allowed to be relitigated by the same or even different parties. See Cotton versus Oekami and another, APC versus PDP and others, Ezewani versus Onwodi, citations on the record. Indeed, in Ezewani versus Onwodi, the Supreme Court, Pauputa JSC, specifically held as follows. Strictly speaking, therefore, the concept and value of an estoppel is to bar a person from denying or asserting anything to the contrary of that which he has, in the contemplation of the law, been established as the truth, either by the acts of judicial or legislative officers or by his own deed or representation, express or implied, unquote. It is clearly evident that the decisions in Exhibits X1 and X2, tendered in the two petitions, respectively, as well as the decisions of this court in appeal number CA-LAG-CV 332-2023, APC versus Labour Party and 42 others, have dealt a death knell to the petitioner's contention around which they have built their claim of non-compliance and corrupt practices in those two petitions. Namely, that the first respondent is by the provisions of Electoral Act 2022 and the regulations and guidelines for conduct of elections 2022 mandatorily required to electronically transmit election results to the collation system and to INEC result viewing portal, which is the RF. Apart from this fundamental deficiency, which I have highlighted, the lead judgment just delivered had exhaustively considered all the other issues and rightly concluded, in my view, that the petitioners in petitions number CA-PAPC 03-2023 and CA-PEPC 05-2023 have failed to establish all the allegations contained in the two petitions. I adopt all those reasons and conclusions stated therein and also find the two petitions devoid of merit. Petition number 04, as regards that petition, the petitioners, under the guise of challenging the qualification of the third respondent to contest the presidential election on the ground that he had violated the provisions of Section 142, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, basically challenged the validity of the nomination of the fourth respondent by the third respondent as his running mate in the 25th February 2023 presidential election. In concurring with the lead judgment just delivered, I also hold the considered view that the status of the nomination of the fourth respondent as the running mate of the third respondent and vice presidential candidate of the second respondent had been finally decided by the Supreme Court in appeal number SCCV 501-2023, PDP and INEC, delivered on 26th of May 2023, now reported as PDP and INEC and three others, 2023 LPLR 60457SC, the certified true copy of which was tendered as Exhibit X1. In the concurring judgments of their lordships, Okoro, Augi, Ogunwumiju, Agim, justices of the Supreme Court, they have all determined as proper the nomination of the fourth respondent as vice presidential candidate of the second respondent. As for the petitioner's argument that the pronouncement of the Supreme Court in those concurring judgments is an obiter dictum, the clear statement of Ogunwumiju JSC has left no one in doubt that the Apex Court decided the merit of that case. My Lord Ogunwumiju JSC clearly stated at page 74, paragraph C of that judgment that it is apt in this type of political case of public interest to look into the merits of this case, unquote. It is settled law that once the issue relating to the status of a person or a thing is finally and substantively determined by a competent court, such a determination constitutes Estoppel to any subsequent proceedings on the same issue. See APC, PDP, and others, Inakoju and others was the delicate citations on the record. Now, for all this, and all the detailed reasons succinctly stated in the lead judgment just delivered, I also hold that this petition is lacking in merit. Having also found that no merit exists in all the above three consolidated petitions, I join my learned brothers Amani Jesse in dismissing all the three petitions and abiding by the consequential orders made in the lead judgment.
Well, with the judgment delivered by my learned brother Abba Mohammed, we have discharged our responsibility to the nation. We have concluded the hearing of this petition and we have concluded the delivery of the judgment. So we thank the Almighty God for bringing us this far. All these months, both counsel in all the petitions have labored, they have tried to represent their clients creditably. And we thank you for their assistance because their assistance have helped us to reach our conclusions in this judgment. So as we leave today, we hope that very soon, both us and counsel will meet in our normal cases. Yes. These cases have tended to put a distance between us. But when we resume in our normal cases, we shall see and interact better. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, my lords. On behalf of the petitioners, with all sense of responsibility and urgency, there's a little request we want to make, given our severely limited time by the practice directions to exercise our constitutional right of appeal. We will request, because our time starts running today, if we can have the copies as we leave today, so that, because any day that we lose depletes our right. We know the day is far spent. It's our humble request, so that the registry, once we leave, will be able to collect from them. We're very grateful, my lords.
Well, I'm sure learned senior counsel is aware of the time now. It's 10 o'clock now. And well, it's unfortunate, we understand your constraints, but you have to bear with us to tomorrow. Yes. Hopefully.
That is their face. That's their faces.
Tomorrow we
everything.
can have them.
Yes, we have to put
We're very
everything
grateful.
together, bind them, and give it to council.
We're very grateful.
Yes.
Tomorrow, man.
Why are
Why
they
did
not
you
showing them
control their
now?
faces?
Evil men.
All right.
Why they don't feel they show us our face? When they were reading, why didn't they show us the face?
So we thank you for all the efforts you have put in. Thank you.
My Lord.
So, Ajay.
Yeah, sorry, my Lord. I know the day is far spent. I thought my senior colleague will actually thank my lords for the industry put into this judgment. It is a well-considered judgment, and these judgments will no doubt change the face of our electoral jurisprudence. We have traveled this part of history this past few months, and today we have reached the end of it. We pray that that we'll all learn from it. We have all learned from each other during the course of our stay here. We salute you, my Lord, for the clear, detailed review of the pleadings, the issues, and the evidence in the petitions, especially on the issues surrounding technology. That was an area we thought we were going to have problems.
Please be brief.
But we thank you,
Please.
my Lord, for this judgment, and we are very grateful.
Before we go home,
Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of
Wanted to
Nigeria.
go start all over again.
Yes.
Well, my lord, mine is a short one. I thank your lordships. I think earlier on, my lord, there was supposed to be a misunderstanding. I apologize for that. It wasn't the intention at all. I appreciate your lordship's industry. This work is not easy. I don't think I could have done any of the jobs your lordships did this evening. From 9:30 till now, I would have lost my voice. But I thank your lordships, and I pray that the bar and the bench continue to have a good relationship in all things. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. I think they are finally
Sorry,
done.
my Lord.
Oh no.
Yes, I think.
My Lord, I'm very sorry.
Well, we know. We thank you also.
Sorry, my Lord.
Yes, we thank you for.
No, my Lord, I just have one or two things to say.
You've been watching Channels Television's live coverage of the presidential election petition court's judgment at the Court of Appeal venue in the nation's capital. Do stay with us as we resume our lineup of regular programming.
All right, my people, thank you very much. For anybody that want to join this conversation, I would like to hear from everybody before we round up. But before that, I would like to quickly make one or two comments over what we've watched or what we've experienced today. I appreciate every one of you for your time. It's been a long day. Thank you very much, my people. And apart from being a long day, it's been a long journey. Yes, it's been a long journey. Yeah, finally, we've come to the end of this whole thing. I cannot really say much because I think it would be nice before I don't know about others, before I can say anything, it would be nice for Mr. Peter Obi to address the nation, or rather to address the obedient first. But the little I would like to say right now is that thanks to you all for your time and dedication so far. Like I said before, it's been a long journey. As for me, I do not and I will never regret my time, dedication, and everything I put into this movement since April 2022 till now. It was a good fight and a very prideful one for that. I did my best. I demonstrated my patriotism, the love I have for my country. What I was doing was not the love I have for Peter Obi, was the love I have for Nigeria. And I repeatedly stated that throughout my journey, that I was not doing the job because I love Peter Obi or I like Peter Obi. I was doing it because I know amongst all the candidates, Mr. Peter Obi is the only one that I know that can do the right job for Nigerians. And I also stated it so many times, repeatedly on this platform, that if for any reason Peter Obi is sworn in, the next day, I, Elvis, will start checkmating him because I did it before. In Edo State, Governor Obaseki was sworn in till tomorrow. I created a lot of enemies around me because I'm still the only one on my platform that's still checkmating the governor of Edo State till tomorrow. Amongst all those that supported him. Like I said, my demonstration throughout the year till now is something I'm very, very proud of. I put it all. I put it all. And many of you can testify to that. I put in all my time, my energy, everything. Just to rescue Nigeria. Because since I was born, I've never witnessed anything good in my dear country, Nigeria. So I tried if this can happen in my time. Unfortunately, this is what we got today. Most especially, my fight was for those Nigerians that live in Nigeria. As you all know, I've lived almost all my life in United Kingdom. And by God's grace, I'm a Nigerian and I'm also a British citizen. So I have a choice not to do what I've been doing all this while. But I decided to do it because I visit Nigeria that often and I get to understand the suffering that is going on in Nigeria. To cut everything short, it is now left for the Nigerians back home what they want at this moment. Yes. As for me, my 100% dedication ends today. I'm sorry, guys. Some of you might not like that. It ends now. My 100% dedication since April last year till now ends immediately we end this broadcast. But one thing I will assure everybody, or rather to promise everybody, is that I will continue to stand for what is right, because since I was born into this world, that is the only thing I've lived for. Nobody, absolutely nobody have anything against me. I've always lived for what is right all my life. So if you think my 100% dedication ends today, maybe from tomorrow you start seeing something wrong from me, no, that can never happen. I don't have anything to hide. Let me put that on. By God's grace, I'll continue to do my best for a better Nigeria. From tomorrow, I'll continue to use my platform. Like I said, I don't know the decision that's going to come from Mr. Peter Obi. But from tomorrow, I'll continue to use my platform to checkmate all our officials, our government officials, all of them. And I believe many of you here will do it with me. I want Nigeria to be better. I will never support anybody that will fight to bring Nigeria down. I've said that repeatedly from beginning till now. Since April last year till now, I've repeatedly stated that I'm not part of that and I will never ever be part of it. If you want to bring Nigeria down, I'm not going to stop you. You can do that, but you cannot discuss it on my channel, and I will not participate on it. I will do everything in my time to make Nigeria work. And I will do everything to continue to talk about this satanic government, or any government, or past government, or prospective government, any government, checkmating all of them. The popular saying that you cannot cry more than the bereaved, right? Nigerians in Nigeria, it is not up to you to do your part. I've done my part. Since April 2022, till now. Nigerians, I will repeat this again. Nigerians in Nigeria, it is not up to you to do your part. I've done my part. I will continue to give myself credit. And I know many good people that's listening to me right now will also give me credit. Although it might not be all, but that's fine. If I get 1 or 2 credits, I'm good. I will continue to be hopeful. Yes, I will say that again. I'll continue to be hopeful that one day Nigeria will become a better country. But if Nigerians in Nigeria want to be hopeful as well, that's fine. And for those of us that pray, if you want to continue to pray for Nigeria to be better, that's also fine. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. Like I said, I have much to say, but I won't say because I need to hear from Mr. Peter Obi first. But this speech is from me personally. Thank you. Before I will start calling on people, I have 2 people that have not been on this platform before. I'd like to, let me see, Fighter, please tell us, have you been here before? I just want to know. Before we bring in, please unmute yourself, Pro Fighter. I want to be sure if you've been here before. Pro Fighter, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, Pro Fighter, are you there? Okay, you're not there. I need to take you out. I don't want to call anybody. You're not answering at all. I'm not in the mood. My blood is boiling right now. Honest, you're new here as well. Is this your first time on this platform? Honest? That's your name, Honest. Yes. Okay, thank you, Honest. Where you joining us from?
From Nigeria.
Hello, you're from Nigeria. Okay, good. I'm going to prioritize you. Talk to us. What's your take with what we've been through since morning?
Yes, I saw the whole thing. I knew that the tribunal will favor Tinubu. I knew for a long time because it would be a slap and very embarrassing for a sitting president, for a sitting party. A sitting party will now lose election. It's especially for a new for an upcoming new party. It will be a slap. They can do everything possible to make sure that it doesn't happen. Rather, they give PDP. That's why we as a youth, as Nigerians, we made a mistake because this election is not for small boys. It's for serious people who are determined, who would have merged with other parties like PDP and other ones. They would have come together and win this election hands down. Because no new party can just come like that and win a sitting party who is still in power. They will do everything possible. Rather, they will give a PDP. That's why I say that for we now it's affecting everybody now. Now we have to wait for 2017, and that 2017 again. If Labour Party now come again and say they want to contest for election, I'm telling you, APC will still win. Let's join hand and come together with a strong party, which is PDP. Make agreements. After, if a PDP win this election, and people know that it was it was Labour Party that gave them victory, they'll favor Labour Party. From there, anyhow, then Peter Obi can now become the next president in the next election after Atiku. That's the only way you can win these guys. You have to be in the system to win them. You have to be in the system to change it, because you can't stay outside and say you want to change Nigeria. You must inside that river, maneuver, then change. When you have that power, they cannot change it. That's my own take. Because I knew that this election was a totally distraction for APC to win the election. Because till today, if I tell you that I cannot believe that APC will still win this election, it was a big distraction. So APC is a very, very irresponsible party. They don't have the draft conscience. They can do anything possible to take power. So such people like that, you need to make a strong party that have experience. All parties come together to fight this government, or else next election 2017, no matter if you like everybody for this thing. So
thank you, my brother. I really appreciate you.
One thing, APC. See, one thing. There are two things. APC is ready for 2017, and will make sure they will win the election. Right now, that the people that vote for Labour Party in Abuja, they want to make sure that they reduce the number of people that vote for Obi in Abuja. So
thank you.
That's I just discovered. Anyhow,
thank
you. Just pay
thank
me.
you.
I don't know what to say.
I understand how you feel, my brother. Honest, I'm very
just divert, and these people just imagine the nonsense. They know now they will win the election.
Thank you. Let's move on. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I want to appreciate you for coming to the panel today. We are looking forward to hearing from you again, to join us again. I don't know if anybody is still on the panel joining us from Nigeria. I'm not too sure. Okay, let me take 3 calls, only 3 calls, because it's late. I'm sorry, tomorrow I'll give opportunity for lots of people to call in, but only 3 I'm going to take. Love God is my strength. Thanks very much, madam, for calling in.
My brother.
Yes.
Good evening. You tried.
2 minutes, only 2 minutes,
morning.
please. Keep to the time. Thank you.
Yeah, God will be with you. I want to really appreciate you. And I want to appreciate everybody who has been with you. And those of us who join you this year, God will bless you.
Amen.
You know, what I saw today is I'm still in a big shock anyway, but I know one thing, that even if you go to Supreme Court, they will be there. So you saw their faces when the camera went on them. You can see their face. They are feeling guilty. They couldn't even look to the front. You will see even they are putting their hand on their jaw. But one thing I know in this life, no matter what you sow, you will reap it. I want to assure all of us on this platform. I'm not assuring like Buhari. I'm not assuring like Tinubu that, you see, Nigeria will be delivered one day. But for Nigeria to be delivered is in the hand of we who are the citizens. Whether you are in the abroad, whether you are in Nigeria, Nigeria must wake up to say enough is enough. Because these people, they have occupied everywhere. All the organization, the police, the Navy, everybody. You know, if any Nigeria is waiting for something that they did in Gabon or anything to happen in Nigeria, we are just waiting our turn. The ones that we have there, money is in their pockets. They will not want to do all those things.
Thank you, ma'am.
God will deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good night.
Yeah. Okay. I'm taking just 2 more calls. You know, please bear with me. Everybody understand. Good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from. Good evening to you. Your name and where you calling from.
Yeah, nice. That was. I greet you.
Thank you, sir. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, it has happened. It has happened. So I said it 2 days ago in this platform that there's nothing different that we have seen before. In Imo State, what happened in Imo State, same thing. So same people are still giving the judgment. So it never changed. So I already called my people in Nigeria. I said, you know what, please, you guys, you know, I don't want to talk about Nigeria no more. I don't want anybody to tell me about Nigeria. So that's why some of people, you know, when Nnamdi Kanu saying about Nigeria, cursing Nigeria, you know, some of them are saying, oh, they are cursing Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, don't say that. But all of what Nnamdi Kanu said, is all of them happen. Do Nigeria have a judiciary, or they have also called what's it called? Oh my God. Let me tell you,
Okay.
Nigeria will never change. I acknowledge your resilience and your power that you used to do all of this. I fight for you though, because you are the one that doing all of this, and every morning and afternoon, you do night, you kind of doing night vigil on your program every day. So I say thank you so much. But Nigeria, I'm sorry for them. That's what I would say. I'm
Thank
sorry
you, sir.
for them.
Thank
So
you, sir.
Constitution.
Okay, sir.
Constitution is dead.
All right.
Constitution is dead
All
in
right.
Nigeria.
We need to move on now. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Good evening to you, Mr. Tony. Please talk to us. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yeah, good evening. Thank you very much. You have done your best. You have contributed your quota, and then your name will be written in the sound of times.
Thank you.
When we finally got our freedom, God bless you, our Osalubla and our Lord. So the only thing that I can take, I think I supported the other guy too, that nothing is in Nigeria. What the guy was trying to say is like there were no institutions. There's no system. There was no system in place to produce a good system. Like as I said, when I joined your platform last year, that people started to attack me and say that I was like having fear of the past, as they call it PTSD and so. So, but now, what I understood from the today's judgment is that it's like when you want to go now or want to go on vacation to Nigeria, that we should not take aeroplane, that we should walk with legs. Because if they say that they have to just put that session of the electoral act, which we say that we must upload electronically. Now they said no, that is not necessary. That means what they are telling us is that they are now saying that okay, if you want to travel from Lagos to Onitsha or from Lagos to Ibadan, we should be using legs. Not even bicycle. That's what they are saying now, because we have to move with the world. There's technology advancement. Why did this person now? No, because remember that was also the bone of contention last year before this man.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So I'm about to land. That was the bone of contention, that they said that they don't want to upload, electronically. That was the bone of contention.
All right, then your time is up. Your time is up, sir. Okay.
Now, exactly what
Thank you. Your time is up.
Yes,
your time is up. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Mr. F.A. for calling in. Please talk to us. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, Nigeria. God bless you.
Thank
God
you.
bless you and your entire family. Nigeria, you know what to be saying. See, for my life, I don't even call my family this evening. Immediately they just call the results for you. I already call them. Any election, any of them not come and go vote again. Because Nigeria, they don't design Nigeria for the rich. Poor people, we poor people, we don't get voice again. You understand? So this one don't make all the whole Nigeria, the whole world know, say man. See, now let people will get money. You understand? See, Nigeria now, the people where they feel they where law they work. Now let Yahoo boys, all those people they do illegal things. You see our wicked politician where they destroy the country. Law not the count them. Now I know. They say travel is a part of education. Since I was in Europe, this thing when I see, so I never see her for my life.
Thank you.
If I tell you, I wait as I talk to you. So see, no any election, because as they all
All right.
as they all say the Tinubu they all call her the winner this evening. And again, I want to talk everybody. Now so APC now go they win for all the whole state for Nigeria now. May Nigeria get that belief. And nobody will they come out, they go to do election, they go to vote again. The thing don't stop it.
Okay, thank you.
Nobody will come
Thank
out.
you. Thank you. Good night. Hello. Yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Good evening.
Thank you. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, my name is Clifford. I'm calling from Germany.
Go ahead, sir. 2 minutes.
Mr. Najawash, thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, I really want to thank God Almighty for today. And also, I want to really give you kudos. I want to thank you for all the support, for all that you have done. In fact, for the enlightenment, for the awakening call you have called to all Nigerians. So what you have done, you have set a footprint to the Nigeria system today, that everybody is now aware of the system. So I really believe that you have done and you have fight a good fight, and you really deserve to be celebrated. So we might look at it to this angle that we lost the election. We did not lose the election, because the people today now, they are awake and they are aware of those we call leaders, those institutions we are putting trust and hope in, that these are the people who have failed the country, not even the citizen of the country. So I really believe that nemesis will fall on them, and some Nigeria will move forward, and we are ready to support you for a better Nigeria.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I really appreciate your speech. Thank you, sir. Okay, let me come to the panel. Okay, 1 minute, guys. Thank you, God's Power, for calling in. Please talk to us. Let it be brief, please. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Evans. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I want to say thank you and God bless you for everything that you have done for your father's land. God sees your heart. I must say, you our hero. I don't go lie you our hero. I give kudos to you and may God bless you. May your name be remembered for the rest of your life when you left this world. Well, I just want to say one thing. For we in diaspora, make we know say when we want travel, go back home. Make you keep money for your security, because the way it is now, right now, there's no security for anybody. Everybody now just to struggle for himself. That's the kind of country they want us to have. So I just pray that God will continue to protect us and guide us. God bless you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, I'm done with callers now. Let me come to the panel. I appreciate every one of you on the panel. Thanks for your patience. Let me start with Mashallah. Mashallah, thank you very much for your patience. Please, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Naija Watch. I will say thank you for giving an average Nigeria opportunity to come and say bear their mind on your show. The painful part is that most of us knew this would happen. We tried to pray the gospel of faith, and they have just showed us that our faith, that we can't count on faith. Nigerians at home watching Big Brother. I am not in Nigeria. I am not buying fuel at that price you're buying it. I saw a message yesterday from my cousin sending me his school is resuming. I should send that money. There will be more of that kind of message. How many people will we send money to in Nigeria? If people don't stand up tomorrow morning, be outside and let them know you don't go with what these people have said. 5 people can't determine the future of your country. They've sat down. Those that they paid money to the judges are lounging inside the law courts, drinking alcohol, smiling. Why people that put serious work into this judiciary, this case, are just nodding their eye, wondering what is happening. They have just murdered the Nigerian constitution, meaning that every criminal can be a governor, can be a senator. That is what they have just done. They have murdered Nigerian democracy. Someone that has stolen money abroad can come. 419 can come. Of course, people like Ibori, it's obvious that you won't be surprised he's going to contest the next election. So what they have just done is Tinubu has just opened the gateway for all the rogues to come into politics and start their business. If you do not take your country by yourself, no one will do it for you. I will not live where I am. I struggled before I got to this place. I will not live where I am to come and do any protest for anybody. If you like to buy Gary at the price you are buying it, stay in your house. If you want to pay school fees at the price you've been told to come and pay for school fees, this is September, stay in your house and be waiting for one military man that will come and do coup for you. The military officers that will do the coup for you, they are enjoying, forget it. Those that will do that kind of magic you're expecting, they are not in the military again. The young ones that can even do it, they've killed some of them, which some of them are my classmates. So if you're expecting one military coup, forget about it. It's either you come outside, anybody will buy, who will remain. If you like, stay in your house. And this man, you are buying fuel, things are going up. That man is heartless. They are heartless. They start this panel, this judgment today, and look at their corner. You have rogues behind there. Gandola is there drinking alcohol. They're all enjoying themselves. Nigerians, I've been watching the Facebook all morning. I didn't see anything. The only way this part, I know Mr. Evans is waiting for our principal to come and talk. The only way we can come back here and talk anything and support you guys is to see you people do the actions. Go, I'm not going to say you go and destroy. Go into the street, occupy the road, sleep. Don't go to church on Sunday. No church service. Be on the road. You have money, you've been working. Stop going to church. Be on the road. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for your acknowledging our efforts. Thank you as well. It was a collective effort. God bless you, sir. Thank you. All right. I would like to quickly thank you, Dr. Elizabeth Gomez. You've always been there. I appreciate you. Your text said, if you have really appreciated Elvis' efforts in the last 1 year, everyone on the comment section support him now with $20. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you. May God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I want to appreciate my brother, Mr. Akim. Mr. Akim, my brother, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for always acknowledging my efforts, both on air and off air. I appreciate you, my dear brother. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody that have supported me today. I appreciate every one of you. May God bless you all. Thank you. Some of you supported us earlier on the previous broadcast. May God bless you all, my people. Thank you. I would like to call on the next person here to speak to us. Mother Patricia, please talk to us. 5 minutes. Okay, you are not there right now. Are you available to speak, madam?
Yes, I can.
Okay, 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to appreciate you. Thank you.
We can't hear you.
I said I want to thank you and appreciate you. Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me? Yeah, okay, for all that you've done so far. And I want to.
Your voice is ceasing, madam. You need to be close to your device.
I want to commend. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you are good. Yeah.
Okay, I said I want to commend you for all the work and efforts that you've put on this journey. And I pray that God will reward you mightily for all that you have done. And this is not the end of the whole thing. So we all should be hopeful. We should still be hopeful. I know somebody was talking about 2027 already, but yeah, I don't think that's the way to go. Let's hear from our principal before we know what to do. But at the same time, Nigerians are supposed to go out and show how displeased they are with this decision. Because 5 men cannot come and tell us what our future should be like. We know we voted for. So unless they are not really serious, because I think that's the whole problem. Even coming to this point where we are, I think that very day that Mahmoud did what he did, that was the day Nigeria is supposed to make sure they fight that fight. But yet, here we are. It's not too late. They just need to go out and show these people that we are not going to have it that way. Because it was millions and millions of Nigerians that voted for Mr. Pio, not just 5 men who will come to tell us or turn the law upside down. 25% didn't count anymore suddenly.
Thank you.
Somebody that had the criminal record didn't count suddenly. The perjury didn't count suddenly. So, come on, this is unacceptable. So, I'll give other people room to speak so that.
Thank you, Mother Patricia. Thank you very much. May God bless you. Thank you. All right. I would like to quickly appreciate every one of you right there, and I want to quickly appreciate Ingobis. I'm not sure if I pronounce your name properly. Ingobis. Thank you very much for the super chat. May God bless you. I really do appreciate this. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate every one of you right there. May God bless every one of you for your kind messages and all that. Thank you. As for me, hope. Hope for Nigeria. Like I said, I want to be reserved until I hear from Mr. Peter Obi. Let me call on the next person. Okay, I have somebody calling in. Let me pick this call, only this call. Thank you, Mother Deborah, for calling in. You have only 2 minutes. Please talk to us. 2 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, Nigeria Watch. Good
Thank you,
evening
Madam.
to everyone. Really feel sad, and since morning I've been, even though I was at work, but I've been paying attention. And I wasn't too surprised how it turned out, that this is something that they already pre-planned. It's a script that they already pre-planned. So we all saw the red flags even during the election, how Tinubu didn't bother to campaign because he knows what he's done. So obviously this is something that has been pre-planned. So it's just a shame. The only question I have for Nigerians this night is, for how long are we going to continue to allow this? I don't know. How long will they continue to allow this to go on? Because nothing is happening. We all saw everything. They get away with everything and nothing happens. So how long are Nigerians going to keep tolerating this? When are they going to say enough is enough? Because obviously this is going to head to a disaster. And I just hope that the end of it, I don't know how it's going to look like. But if this is allowed to stand, if this atrocity is allowed to stand, then I obviously believe that the end is not going to be, it's not going to be something good for the country.
Thank you, Mother.
But thank you so much for your good work.
God bless you too. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, that is the only call I want to take. Please call us. I think I'm done with calls tonight. Let me focus on the people on the panel so that we can just move on. Tomorrow, maybe we might expatiate more, but I'm patiently waiting for Mr. Peter Obi to come and address us. There are so many things today that need to be addressed. Labour Party lawyers were there and they were accused with so many things and they didn't respond. Even at the end of the broadcast, whatever they were talking about, the judgment, other petitioners there, they responded, but I'm not sure if any Labour Party representative responded. I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. So I want somebody to come out first to address us so that we can take it from there. But meanwhile, you guys on the panel, you can say whatever you like, as long as you're not using any assertive words. As usual, you know the rules of the platform. Okay, let me go to Engineer Francis. Engineer Francis, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. I would like you to talk to us 5 minutes.
Uncle Elvis, please. It's me, Edwin.
Okay, no.
Okay.
Thank
you. I want to use this opportunity to beg you to please. I want to exit tomorrow. I want to join you up.
No. Okay, you need to speak, isn't it, before you go? Let Engineer Francis.
No. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry, sir.
No, if you
Let me
want
just
to,
exit.
if it's running.
Okay, say something before you go then. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. And I would say thank you to your power, your understanding, your patience in everything you've done for this country, Nigeria. May God reward you and pay you beautifully. And above all, may you live long with good health, prosperity, and joy. Happiness will never depart from you, and joy will never depart your life. That's my wish for you. After that being said, what happened today was very clear that when they were, going around the 25% and the first 60,000 and talking about the passport, the Gabon passport, that was where they now told the entire world that Nigeria is finished. You see, one thing, the message they sent today, the president is that worldwide, nothing from that country will be respected and will value. If it's not again, they will even extend it to our certificate, our educational certificate. What they did today, because now they've come to the global stand now to prove what the people have been hearing. To them, it has been circumvented that maybe they don't believe, but today they showed it. Though the Labour Party made some blunder, I followed up because of some of their presentation. But those things were just, what really happened was that the judges, what they did today, they took up the defense case. It's like they reached an agreement for the defense not to, respond during the case, so that they will not make the job more difficult for them. So everything the judges were saying today, what they were doing was the things the defense lawyers were supposed to do for APC and Agbado is what they started doing today, because they didn't touch it. So instead, they were not touching it to accusing the people that petition the candidates that this is how it's supposed to be. And it is not done. Where is it called judge? When a lawyer refuses to make a presentation on the right direction, they keep quiet. Because they will not help to lead, so that they will not become biased. But today, what they did is that they did the whole defense. So that's why when the case were on, when you ask them anything, they will not say, okay, we will leave that one, we will address it at the appropriate time. This is the appropriate time they were saying. Today was the appropriate time they were saying. Labour Party lawyers, they made some blunders. But this is the appropriate time they were saying. And now, the only thing they've forgotten is that they've added Nigeria to other African countries now, whose leader has refused to grow. And let's watch. I will have to leave now the Nigeria watch till tomorrow. Fellow panelists, I greet every one of you.
Thank you,
Those
sir.
with heavy hearts, I say, please take heart and let's remain and let's concentrate with our lives. But Nigeria is our country. When the needful will be done, and those who want to survey that country from seeking, when will they take up the necessary tools to survey that country, most of these people will not exist to follow up.
Thank you.
So I say thank you very much. Thank you
God
very
bless you,
much, my
sir.
brother.
Have a good night, sir. Thank you
You are
very much.
you are a wonderful human being. And may God never let your senses depart from you.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
So,
Edwin.
good
God bless
night.
you too.
Yeah.
Good night, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, guys. Let me call on the next person to speak to us, which is Gina Francis. Thank you very much for your understanding, sir. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. And guys, I guess we missed it. We just got bamboozled, but we missed it. Do you guys remember during the hearing, there was a time the LP attorneys were complaining to the judge that there are certain documents that they were requesting from INEC and INEC wouldn't give them to them? And the judge was like, so what do you want me to do? Guess what? Those documents came back today to bite us. Because when they now started saying of those things that were missing, they were now blaming us for not giving them an idea, a number of what number of votes would have been in those papers. So that means that this thing, they had it planned even from beginning. That means all through that charade of hearing, they knew where they were going. And they just showed it today. But good thing. And in fact, that last justice that spoke even solidified it for them when he brought up Trump to make Trump look as a saint. Oh, that Trump won whatever. He forgot to mention that it was James Comey, the FBI director, who came on the air I think about a week or 2 weeks to the election when Hillary Clinton was leading. And he came to the air to say, oh, that the FBI, that they have opened an inquiry on Hillary Clinton on some emails and something that has to do with national security. Immediately, everybody jumped ship from Hillary. And then, boom, the election came and Trump won. So that is the kind of crooked people that they align themselves with. I mean, if looking into the whole American situation, our justice will use Trump as a saint example to us. That shows that Nigeria is really deep in that S-hole. But it's not all lost. I still see something happening. It may not be in the courts anymore because the judiciary has shown us their angle, except if the Supreme Court, because in all those charges, any one of them that they got him wrong or guilty of, on that one would have been enough. Any one of them, be it the forgery, be it the certificate, be it the forfeiture, be it any one of them is strong enough to remove him. So if the Supreme Court will do their own thing, that's fine. But those justices just showed their shallowness, especially that lady. She just showed how, I hate to use this kind of qualification or adjective to qualify a supposedly learned justice, but I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed. And Mr. Niger Watch, don't even fret. Just hold on and you will see. Remember, I'm the first person that suffered this kind of defeat. Remember that program? I'm quite sure if you think of it now, you will see where that program is crying. It would have helped. But don't fret. There's a way at the end of this tunnel. Thank you very much. And thank you, guys. I'll hang up here. Hello? Hello, guys?
Niger Watch.
Oh. It looks like...
Who is next? Who is next?
I don't know. You can go next.
I've gone. Give us a mandate.
Who else is here?
I'm here.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, go. Let the person who said.
No. You go. I came last to the panel. I thought there was nobody speaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I mean, thanks to Niger Watch. Thanks to Mr. Elvis for the doggedness, for always standing for the right thing. Thanks for all that you've done. To the panelists, thanks to everyone. Thanks to the people of the comment section and Nigerians all over the world. Thanks and thanks and thanks.
Thank you, my brother.
Go ahead, sir.
I said thank you. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so For me, I don't think it's over yet. I'm waiting for the reactions from Nigerians because this should not be allowed to go like this in history. No, this should not be allowed to go like this in history. I don't know what the reactions of Nigerians will be. I am expecting something from Nigeria tomorrow, or even by now, something should be happening. If you look at those judgments, those things we actually prepared and planned. Those guys just came to defend. They came to defend a drug baron. They came to defend someone that forged certificates. They came to defend someone that lied about NYSC certificates, NYSC call-up letter, and then NYSC exemption. They came to defend someone that lied about his age. They came to defend someone that lied, that did perjury. So those judges, for me, they just came to do the work of an attorney for Tinubu and Shetima. Abuja matter is Abuja is sacrosanct. You cannot say we have precedent on Abuja. Now you're saying that they didn't mention the places where they have issues. All of those things were mentioned. So all I'm waiting for is reactions from Nigerians. I'm waiting for tomorrow to see what's going to happen. Because if we allow this to go, forget about Nigeria. Nigeria is gone. If you allow this to go like this in history, forget about Nigeria. Nigeria is gone. And I'll say it again, Nigerians, you are in Nigeria, you're hearing us tonight. If you allow this to go down like this in history, forget about Nigeria. All of the people that came to that court to come support APC, if you look at the antecedents, they all have something. Either fraud. All of them, they are dubious human beings. They are rogues. So I don't know, Nigerians. If you allow this to go down like this in history, then forget about your nation, forget about your country. For some of us that by God's grace, you have maybe the other passport. And I think somebody said something earlier. Do you know they begin to checkmate the Nigerian students that are here studying? They decided checkmating them to check and see if their certificates, if they actually came in through, if they actually have the equivalent of what they say they have, if they have the right certificates to get into the school they are over here in the United States. And more to come, more to come, more to come. So Nigerians, if you allow this to go down like this, to slide down like this, then forget about it. It is over. Because those judges, those guys, that lady, that woman, she's not far different from Mary Odili. She's not far. That judgment, for me, is been worked out for them for a very long time. I think for each of the day we come to court, they've been preparing that judgment. They didn't follow through at all. All of a sudden now you are saying Abuja does not matter. You're saying forfeiture, it doesn't matter. You're saying that the forgery of result doesn't matter. These people, they just sank Nigeria into the ocean. But I am waiting for the reactions from Nigerians. Dr. Aruna spoke to us earlier. I am waiting to see what's going to happen. This should not be allowed to go down like this in history. No. Even if America has something on this guy, it is in they have something on, not over 200 million Nigerians. No. If they have something on Tinubu, they should use that thing against Tinubu, not against the 200 million Nigerians. People suffering. by next month, school is going to start. People are going to be paying out of their, they're going to be paying, I don't know. So Nigerians, if you're still awake tonight, I don't know what you want to do, but for what is happening tonight, forget about it. Forget about it. This should not be allowed to go down like this in history. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis, for all that you've done. Thank you so much, panelists. I mean, I can barely say today I get like about 2 hours sleep because I've been up since about maybe 12 a.m. or thereabouts since last night. Listening and just today I can say I use my mobile hotspot, everything exhausted, almost exhausted. I'm barely on the last
Even me,
last one.
I'm too tired right now, so I just want us to
So
do this quickly. Thank you, sir.
we will hear what Mr. Peter Obi will say, but Nigerians, remember that Peter Obi is just a Nigerian. So we need to decide what we want to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you very much. God bless you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I would like to quickly come to somebody who super chatted me just now, Pat Osas. Thank you very much for your super chat. And your text is, I really like your text. You said, my brother Elvis, thank you so much for all you have done. Is left for the youth back home. If they want to stay mute, good and fine. We over here, we have done all we needed to do. That your text means a lot. Thank you so much. That is similar to what my brother Give Us Amade just said right now, that whatever the speech that we're going to hear from Mr. Peter Obi, what about you as a Nigerian? What do you want? You want to stay mute? You want to be good? You want to eat and sleep? It's up to you. For me, I've done my part. A lot of us have done our part. Like Pat has just said, a lot of us have done our part, especially those of us that live abroad. So those that live back home, if you like the system, let us manage it the way it is. All I wanted is a good Nigeria where I can be proud as a Nigerian, a country that I can be proud to call my country in Nigeria anywhere. But unfortunately, I'm not too sure what we really want, especially those of us that live back home. I don't know what we want, but it's okay. Stella Imasemendo, thank you very much, madam, for always being there. Thanks for your encouragement. It's a collective effort. I thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Your text said, my brother, Mr. Elvis, God bless you. You have fought a good fight. Do not worry. God is on our side. Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. I'd like to quickly call on the next person as well to speak to us. F. Emmanuel, are you there, sir? Please talk to us if you are there. 5 minutes.
Mr. Elvis, sorry, can I quickly drop this? I think for the person that spoke earlier about 2027, just remove that from your mind now. If you cannot address this, then forget about anything 2027.
No, you can't blame that person. That person is from Nigeria. The person that says 20 from Nigeria. So you can't blame him.
Anyway. Thank you. F. Emmanuel, please talk to us if you are there. 5 minutes.
All right, my brother. Good evening, good afternoon once again.
Thank you, sir.
I want to personally thank you for your doggedness and your effort and your resilience. You have burnt the 9th candle, keeping us all through up to today.
Thank you, sir.
I pray that God will preserve you. God will, open new doors of opportunity for you. Your labor that you have put in this race, in this particular project, I call it this is Nigerian project. I pray that it will not be in vain. You will be rewarded in due time and accordingly.
Amen.
First of all, I want to say something very special. And this is for the Nigerian youth. We keep analyzing small little countries like Burkina Faso near us, Mali, Niger, Gabon. we sit down and analyze what difference did their leaders did that they did what they did, and what difference has our leader done that we have folded our arm. Talking is cheap. Look at what they just did. A lot of things that we pass through here in Nigeria, even some of those little countries, they don't pass through it. This judgment is a complete defensive judgment, not a fair judgment. The judgment is not fair in all ramifications. It is clear that these judges are criminals in all angles. When many Nigerians, are you going to fold your hands and watch this slide, just like my brother Give Us Our Money has said? Is it by prayer and fasting you are going to retrieve your country from these criminalities? Is it by sleeping in the church that will get back your country? Peter Obi is just a one man. Where are those well-meaning Nigerians, those obedience, that are chatting and shouting on Twitter that Peter Obi should step aside, that this is their fight? Now the battle line has been drawn. Where are thou? Where are you guys? Let's borrow the little lessons that we've seen from all these little neighboring countries near us. Sri Lanka has done it. Burkina has done it. Niger done it. Gabon done it. It's not the same thing that our leaders are doing to our country, that their leaders too did. What difference? I don't think you guys are ready for this revolution.
Excuse me, sir. Please, you cannot discuss revolution on this platform. I'm sorry. Please.
It's okay. Sorry. I take that back. I don't think you guys are ready. The fight is now to retrieve your country. Not just talking the talk, but doing the action. We've said a lot, we've contributed a lot, but it's not gonna come on the platter of gold. Look at all the clear evidences that was submitted. None of those evidences was really make reference to. In fact, the judges were even defensive, even more than the Agbado lawyers. What an irony. The time is now. If you cannot fight it now, you live to fight tomorrow. If you cannot correct it now, it will remain. There's no miracle anywhere that will come from heaven if you don't arise and do what you're supposed to do. You can see in the whole court, all the people there are all APC people. All of them. How many can you count that is from LP? How many can you count that is from PDP? This is calculated robbery. Putting evil for good and good for evil. That is the exact thing that these judges did. Why? Because they've been bribed. It's unfortunate. I weep for our country.
Thank you. I feel your submission. It's very sad. Like I said before, Apart from the word you use, every other of your submission is strong. You are sending a direct message to Nigerians that lives in Nigeria. And I sent the same message. What do they want? And I saw somebody on the comment section saying that we can use the word or no word or none like that. Listen, I want you guys to understand that me not be hypocrite. I say things how it is. That's why you see I show my face every day, right? Anybody that is aggrieved right now and you want to say something, come to the panel, open your camera, I'll put you big and you start talking. Everybody will be, the whole world will be watching you. You can't be in the darkness and be saying, let's say it how it is on my platform, and then nobody knows you and you are saying it how it is. Does that even make sense? If you know you love Nigeria or whatever that you have in mind, get a link, come to the panel, turn on your camera. I'll put only you like this. Let me show you how I will put you. You see, this is me. I'll put you like this. Okay, let me use a mashallah. Thank God, so mashallah just on the camera. Let me show you how I want to do you. Wait. You don't come here, see, now so I'll take do you like this. You see your mashallah now. That's what I want to do you. So you talk calm, make you jump from sky to anywhere, no problem. You cannot be hiding under the darkness. You are telling let people say this, say that. It doesn't work like that. All right. Okay. So please, nobody should demonstrate any hypocrisy here. I'm not an hypocrite. Since April last year, I've been talking about how Nigeria can be better. I show my face every single day. All right. So please nobody should distract me. Let me go on to Mr. Chris. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Nanjaosh. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are good, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Nanjaosh. Good evening, everybody in the panel, the guys in the comment section. Obviously, it's a sad day for democracy in Nigeria. But however, before I delve into all those, Mr. Nanjaosh, I just want to commend you and your team for your unwavering commitment and tenacity over the past 16 months in championing democracy. Your dedication and that of your team to upholding the principles of democracy, freedom, vis-a-vis justice, has been nothing short of remarkable. In a time when these values of democracy have faced numerous challenges in Nigeria, but you and your team, you have stood fast. You have continuously advocated tirelessly, working to ensure that the voices of the people are heard and that the ethos of democratic processes are upheld. But the satanic people we have in our country will have none of that. They have done it, they have allowed things to go their own way. However, your dedication to the cause of democracy has been truly inspiring, and your effort and that of your team are a shining example of the importance of vigilance and perseverance in safeguarding our democratic institutions. Thank you, Nigeria Watch, for your outstanding work in promoting and preserving democracy. Indeed, your dedication is a beacon of hope for us all. Having said that, I've carefully taken the time to listen to every part of the judgment. Before we've been talking, we've been speculating, but now, from what came out from the mouths of the so-called custodians of our laws, it's very clear that we are still at the starting point. It's shocking that the judges, they were acting as if they were lawyers to Tinubu. Everything that Tinubu's lawyer couldn't say, that couldn't defend, they were doing all the defense. And so you can see the anger in their voices when they were reading all the judgments. And there's something very, very profound that
Thank you very much, Mr. Moshola, for that. You can feel the anger, and you can feel like
It's
they
not
want,
much now, Mr. Chris, they talk.
okay, Mr. Chris, like they want to shred labor, like all of them are just coming with venom. Man.
So if
and
I
the labor not allow PT pass, the guy was confused. Just like what I've written now, you're telling me is rubbish.
yeah, so if I just continue in that trajectory, if you see the way they deliver the judgment, we don't just have to kid ourselves. You know, I would like to refer to Mr. Engineer Francis. You know, when one of the judges, he was talking and he said we were complaining that we didn't, the INEC, they didn't give us the evidence that we requested for. The judge went ahead to say that there were other means of presenting those evidences. So how come we were relying only on the INEC people, that we could have presented those evidences in a different way? And again, the judge was also querying that why should we channel all our responses to INEC chairman in Abuja, that we ought to have contacted the chairman of INEC in every state of the federation. That's just a tip of the iceberg of what they did today. Every piece of evidences that we produced today, they took all to shreds. All of them, not one. And they went ahead to discredit majority of our witnesses. They said those names. We have to look at this part carefully. The evidences and witnesses that will hold water, they will say that those evidences and witnesses, they were produced out of time. And once you do that, those evidences can no longer be admitted. They are no longer admissible. And for the information of all of us, if we go to Supreme Court does not entertain new evidences. It is the evidences you presented before that the Supreme Court they will just look at it if the appeal court has delivered a credible judgment or not. But obviously, it's no time to blame any person, because from the body languages of everybody in Team Nigeria, I call them Team Nigeria, those satanic people, no matter what the lawyers of Peter Obi would have done, they would have still found a way around shredding everything. They would have found a way around shredding it.
Mr. Chris, those people, they are just bent to favor Tinubu because they've taken money. They are just bent.
No, it might not even just be about money. Like Mr. Niger, I just want to soft pedal. Mr. Niger said, let's hear from Peter Obi first. Yes, we are going to hear from His Excellency first. I just want to soft pedal. But it's obvious that this is a state capture. These people are not ready.
No, Mr. Chris,
all.
let me get that clear. I mean my own take, my decision.
Oh, your personal take. Yeah,
my personal. Anybody,
okay.
You know, I'm not trying to truncate anybody's
okay,
what I want to say.
If having said that, if that's the case, it's obvious it's a state capture. These people, they will not allow any of this change that we are advocating for. If we think we can do it through these democratic processes that they control, I don't see us making any headway. And let's not forget that Buhari is a very dumb man. He has no brains in his head. But with this Tinubu now, like those of you thinking about 2027, Tinubu and co, they have all the brains. They can buy all the brains around them. They are going to so fine-tune the process in such a way that even if they do electronic transmission, electronic voting, if you are voting, their vote will be, they will be the one controlling everything. They are going to fine-tune this process and make sure that all the loopholes are blocked. All of them, not one.
Can I interject?
Please.
If you go into electronic voting and you put someone like Tinubu, I can bet you can have 3 parties voting, and every 2 vote of a party will go for them. They can rig it. It's electronic. you can add that every two votes of a PDP, I'll take 2. Every 3 votes, I'll take 2. So they'll just be minusing automatically from your own votes. But you are saying you are voting, but you're not winning. So they have just brought the chairman of rigging into government. They have destroyed the Nigerian constitution already.
Thank you. Thank you. I want everybody on the panel to speak. Then I'll give every one of you 1 or 2 hours to interject yourselves. But I want to keep this line going on to make sure that, because I still have about 2 or 3 people to go. So Mr. Chris, please round up so that I can call on the next person.
Yeah, in rounding up this, I've already made the point I want to make, but we must all realize that these people, they are not going to allow democratic principle to win. I think they are never going to allow that. For example, how can you tell me the people that are judging this case, they were querying the authenticity of the lady that came from Amazon Web Service, whether she's a true staff or not a staff. And these were issues that were not raised by Tinubu's lawyers. How come it is now the judge that they were the judges were now responsible for raising these issues, and they were raising them angrily? Well,
okay,
the game
that's
is
what I
up
wanted
to
to.
us. Thank you very
That's what I
much.
wanted to add to it. Thank God you used it. If you check how they were passing their message, or even talking about that particular lady with anger. Anyway, I'll reserve myself.
The woman among them, that woman among them was even saying that she now painted it as if that our principal and Labour Party and Obedient Movement, like as if they are accusing Tinubu of what he did not do. If you guys listen to her last statement, she said it with anger and with venom.
Let me quickly call on Charles Chalinko. Are you there? Okay, Charles Chalinko, you're not there. I'm going to take you off the panel because this is the second time I'm calling you. Okay, let me go to Moses. Moses, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Moses. You've really tried today. You've been with me since. Please talk to us, sir. You have 5 minutes. Talk to us. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Nigel.
Go ahead.
In fact, I really appreciate your effort. When I see you are trying to make Nigeria more better, in fact, I really appreciate it. In fact,
Thank you.
God will really bless you. You see, today it is not, the battle is not yet end. You understand? That is what I want everybody to understand. You know, in fact, I am even praising God because they televise it, and people are now able to see them who they are, how they behave, the way they talk. In fact, if you look everywhere, everybody has been talking about it. In fact, I really appreciate their effort for allowing televising this proceeding. Because everything.
Okay, your network.
The way the Nigerian judges are behaving. So don't let us say that is the end. The end have not come. I see better Nigeria. If people can come out to speak their mind. I told somebody today, I said, if it is a prayer 40 days and night that you people are gathering every day you want to be doing, I will tell you, prayer have its own work and action have its own work. It is better for every one of us to go out. Let everybody know our lives. The last time I said, I mentioned Edmond Obilo. He said, we can do this thing even without fighting on anything. You take Philippines as an example. What happens in Philippines? So we too can report to that. If our leaders, our religion leaders, can take the lead. I told somebody, I said, even if
All right.
truly one of the
Round up, sir.
biggest.
Your network is not very good. Okay, Mr. Moses, we can't hear you anymore at all.
In our hand. We are now seeing that now that we need to even to wipe away. So
all right,
people that are outside the country, the encouragement are there, everybody come out. Let us see our mind. Do you understand? Let us come out. Let us
Thank
come
you,
out.
Mr.
Don't
Moses.
let us stay inside. Let us come out. Let us be the street.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure if you're hearing me. Thank you for your wonderful submission. God bless you, sir. Thank you. All right, my people. The next person that needs to speak to us now is good that we have Oga CM with us. It's going to be P-Soft. After P-Soft will be Oga CM. So from there, everybody can interject yourselves because at least I've fulfilled my mission here to make sure that everybody have a goal. So P-Soft, sir, if you're there, please talk to us in 5 minutes. When you're done, please CM just take over from there. I'm going to be mute for some time. Thank you very much, everybody right there. All of you on the comment section. I appreciate every one of you. May God bless you all. Those of you that supported me, thank you.
Are you going away?
No, I'm here.
Okay, please, so because I want to talk to you anyway. That's
okay, when
why.
it gets to your turn, I'll be here. No problem.
Okay.
I'll get piece of
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis and the panelists, listener, watchers, commenters. God bless you. You're putting your best, and we can see that we've all really tried to make our country a better place for everybody. But we can see that there are forces that wouldn't allow that to happen. And then I really do appreciate even those forces that wouldn't let that happen. At least we all know where these things, all the forces are coming from. And I have some blames for the Labour Party, and I have blames for the INEC, and I also have blames for the judiciary. You see, sometimes we have to look at things holistically. If we look at, I'm somebody who deals with cases based on my field almost all the time. So I can say that I have some little experience, little knowledge on how some certain things are really done. And then you see, most times people don't realize that you really need to make your case strong. Labour Party actually had the opportunity to make their case strong for INEC not to give them or not to have given them access to those materials. That was a very strong case. All Labour Party would have done was to deposit in court the ones they have and compute results, give it to the judge. You don't need to be afraid. They refuse to give it to you. They refuse to allow you to have access to the document to compare. Then you give the ones you have to the court, compute the result, and tell the court, this is my figure. That's it. That would have been a very good case to Labour Party. But you can't say, oh, they refuse us to have access to those documents, and the ones you have, you kept them, you refuse to compute it, you refuse to tell the judge. The judges are not going to use their head to compute result and give it to you. It's normal.
Can I interject for 1 second, please? P-Soft.
Yes.
You are right on the point, because I remember that time I was hammering on it, but I was not even talking of Labour Party's copy. I was asking, why can they not subpoena the police copy from the IG to bring the police copy? That was what I was shouting.
That's what they should have done. They shouldn't have kept those documents, hoping that the judiciary will not compute, just compute result and give to them. No, then the APC would have to come to begin to. The APC would now have a case to defend those numbers. If Labour Party have done their own computation, then they are giving APC job. You don't just let APC to walk away like that. You have to give them kind of like you have to hit them hard. And secondly, I remember advising on this platform that they should include Dominion machine dominion is the supply of the material. You don't exclude the company that brought the equipment that was used to, to conduct the election in the petition. So they gave these things out. Why wouldn't you do that? Is it that you guys were afraid? I don't really understand that. They should have included Dominion machine. Dominion would have come to say, hey, we didn't do this. Our machine did not malfunction. That was exactly that's what would have happened in court, and they never did that. That's their own blame. Every other stuff that the INEC and that they were just defending Tinubu in other cases, that does not mean that they shouldn't have also. I'm just saying in this one particular, and so that people don't get me wrong, in this very particular, because there are a lot of issues that arises. But in this one, Labour Party was actually at fault on this one. But in other cases where I saw judges became Tinubu's lawyers, this is crazy. This is crazy, and I could understand why they did that. And again, for people who are always saying that, oh yeah, let us say what we do on the general platform. Things don't work like that. When they were planning coup in other countries, you were never told. You never heard them say, come to the air to say anything. Nigeria is not a small country that you think you're just going to say, I'm going to do this on air, and then you get away with that. That's not going to happen. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. They have access to all the equipment. They can take you any day, anytime. So even if you want to do stuff, it's supposed to be in your private, you're closer with your whatever team or group you have. But when it comes to protest, people can protest. Then protest can lead to so many stuff. So when you're going for a protest, you may have a different mind. Yes, we want to, ensure that we put in the new system. That's understandable, but don't come on air here to tell us, let us do this on air. That's not really advisable. You don't tell people what to do. You can advise, say, okay, how do we go about protesting ourselves? But don't go to the other route to tell people, even people are already taking some stuffs that most people are not, they are not coming on air to say all of those stuffs. You understand? So I really do appreciate everybody. God bless you. I would like NCM to just take on from there.
CM, can I interject before you get
Thank
in?
you, sir. Thank you very much, Peace Soft. God bless you, sir. Sir, if you want to interject, 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Okay, it is not late yet, because that same provision of the law that gives Atiku that opening to bring Tinubu's school records in the Supreme Court level, that same provision, Obi's lawyers can use it and go now and subpoena all the police copies and get all those things together, especially the ones that INEC refused to give them, get the police copies and take it to that Supreme Court level. At the same time, Atiku is taking the school records to the Supreme Court level. So it's not late yet.
Thank you, sir. So you have a proper interjection after Augustine. Thank you. Augustine, please go ahead. Good evening to you, sir.
Okay, yeah, good. Thank you. I hope I'm coming out clearly. Good evening, Niger.
Good,
yeah, good evening, Niger Watch, and then good evening, everybody. Those listening, those with me, those on the chat section or wherever you may be, whatever through whatever means. Please, all protocols observed. I greet everybody. On a day, I know to marry and they are abroad or in the diaspora, what people have been thinking. Though I was quite busy today, but I listened through the mobile phone at most of the times. Like most people, at a time I fell asleep too. Yeah, you must have known that. So, but specifically why I said I must make effort to come this night is, Niger Watch, this is for you. In a nutshell, or in one word, gratitude. That's all. You know what that means. I thank you.
Thank you.
You see, yes, gratitude. I thank you. Personally, this is from my heart. Not that you gave me anything, but yet you thank a man. When Barack Obama said that the strength of America does not lie in the might of their military, but in the power of the idea. That thing every day, that is my guiding. I keep looking at it, the whole United States. So what I'm telling you today is that, in fact, or Martin Luther King will say, you don't time of fault. Pains everywhere where it stands. That's when you know a man. You are a man, so to speak. Because there's no comfort in Nigeria. Yet you stood up to say, look, this is what we should do. I mean, there is nothing. Even Jesus Christ, they say, came to save the world. Was he not stoned or whatever? All those things. So don't really pick discourage. You see, there is a time in the life of every nation. Probably Nigeria own. Maybe it's too late in coming. I don't know why. But in the days and weeks ahead, just be listening to what people will say. You've given us a platform. You did far beyond an average Nigerian. I mean, if let's say if 10% of Nigerians did, 10% is too. Let's say 1% did it this way. I mean, we should have been a different case, but don't worry. Why today I said it's just to thank you. I may say one or two things. When I hear people from different platforms analyzing today's judgment, I say, so some people are so gullible. Some people are so gullible. Even when you tell the world, no, your name is Peter, and all of a sudden somebody decides to say your name is no longer Peter, your name is John, you will be even afraid to say, no, my name is not John, it's Peter. Some people are even saying, hey, my name is John, just because they are afraid. I was shocked. Do you know that is why Robbie a lot will continue. A lot, what is it called? Sound bites. Oh dear, why is my connection doing? Oh, there are lots of sound bites in history to justify why Nigeria is in a mess and we continue to be. But I can't be going through it. But all I want to say is that, look, whether you like it or not, I know you know. Just when you are sleeping, you will say, God, at least, even if you can't score me A for outcome, at least you score me A for effort. That's what they call a man will say, I did all I could. I did. I mobilized my fellow countrymen and women. I pointed them in the right direction. I told them this is what we should do because I've seen light. I told them this is what we should follow. We can't continue the way we are going. When they asked the great Zeke said he came back from United States. He saw his people in chains. He helped to liberate them. You know what he's been? That's why he has his West African pilot. The motto was, show the light and people will find the way. You show those light. A platform. So if, as a result of the forces of darkness, I mean, you are not a member of the tribunal. We know in the days and weeks ahead, somebody can be making reference to all those things. Forget about what is happening now. I don't know the plan of Labour Party and P2B. Some are saying they're going to appeal to the Supreme Court. Yes, it's natural. But to me, it's just that all of us, we have to fulfill, because if we did not play the part you played, you may be today blaming yourself. Say, hi, maybe if I had done this, maybe I would have helped. But you did what you need to do by providing and telling us this is where you're equivocal. You know, there was nothing like, a little to the left. No. You stood firm, say, this is my stand. In the end, if it turns out, people will say, Niger Watch said this. Hey, I don't know what is happening. Niger Watch said this. You came out early enough to say it. Not that midway or when something is, panning the other way, you changed. You came out even when the field or the vision or the cloud, if the way is not clear, you saw through the, whatever you saw, say, look, let's go this way. This is where I stand. And you never changed. So that shows consistency. That shows, above all, when you say somebody has only that the word integrity has been battered. So even Buhari claims it. So I wouldn't say it. But that shows that, yes, you know exactly where you are going. And people can identify that at least this is where you stand. You stood here and you stood for it, and with reason. And you convinced a lot of us, and we joined you. Even when we know that the system is short, we say, but then let us do, because this is a phase, this is history. This phase we pass. Some people will say, in those days, maybe 20 he used to gather and watch. I don't know whether he's still here or whatever. So it's a phase. People will remember you for that you did this. Haruna Goro came here and Haruna Goro came here and proclaimed the boldness, the way we championed it here. Forget about, you see, what the tribunal said. That the fact that your name is this, if the tribunal say your name is not this, you will be stupid to go and follow them. You still maintain what you did. They are human beings. I had somebody say in one platform where that when they go to Supreme Court is only to look at the evidence given at the appeal or lower court. They are not going to admit a new evidence. I wish it is so. But have we forgotten what happened in Imo State? INEC, the almighty INEC, declared their result on their own that Emeki Ihedioha of PDP won. Then they went to Supreme Court. All they should have done was to see the evidence they used to declare Emeki Ihedioha, whatever the tribunal, that they abandoned it, manufactured another evidence in which they added to Hope Uzodinma's figure to say, now he's having over. INEC now said, this figure you are adding to Hope Uzodinma, we don't know about it. Yet Supreme Court admitted it and used it to declare Hope Uzodinma. So when people are
Augustine, please, can I just 10 seconds? You see, this Hope Uzodinma versus INEC, it was a very, very germane case. What happened was that there was this evidence by the policeman, like somebody said. This evidence by the policeman, who was obviously working for the government, this evidence was not considered in the appeal court. So it was that same evidence that the Supreme Court now used. So ab initio, this evidence was available. It was the policeman's own result that was not considered.
When you say evidence, every result must come through INEC. Even if it's fake or real. This is argument. We know what the Supreme Court said. The logic is that in every polling unit, you know this. Even if there are 500 voters, the whole 500 cannot vote for one party.
Of course.
The whole 500 voters in a particular polling, in any polling unit, cannot vote for a particular one party. At least maybe 499 to one party. At least one must be to another party, apart from those that are voided. But in this case, the vote they brought to Supreme Court, they say these are what is it called? Hope Uzodinma's votes. Now somebody now asks, this vote we are getting from the polling unit, in that polling unit, is it only Hope Uzodinma they voted for? It wasn't answered. Do you see?
Yeah, you see that. That's exactly the point I'm making.
So in that case, that's why when people say this and now look at it, okay, assuming they can do it, you see, that is what they call.
Let me interject you a little bit.
What happened?
Let me interject you a little bit.
When that result was presented at the tribunal by that same policeman, the tribunal rejected that result. That you cannot tell me that everybody in this polling unit will vote for Hope Uzodinma. Yes. So the tribunal didn't look at it. The tribunal didn't look at it, which makes sense.
And the INEC is not aware of that polling unit.
And the INEC was not aware.
Let me interject a little bit.
But when they got to the Supreme Court,
if you check exactly what happened
at that result, which is very appalling. How can the Supreme Court accept
Let me interject a little bit.
Let me add, Mr. Chris, CM, the best thing that can happen right now is for Obi's team to subpoena the police copies of all those states, especially those areas we know they rigged us. They better subpoena it right now before this week ends, before those copies get compromised.
See, listen.
Let me just suggest a little bit here. You see, there's a big cash that the INEC actually gave to both PDP on this issue and the Labour Party. They actually threw away that cash. Look at Hope Uzodinma. INEC also denied him of having access to materials. And he computes the ones that he got. That's it. So it was no longer his fault. Whatever result that he got, you refused him to have access to the real materials. It's as simple as that. It was a cash and carry.
Okay.
You understand?
No,
I blame Labour Party on this particular one. I blame them
I
on
mean,
it.
what goals of these justices today? These justices today trying to impress on
Please,
Labour Party
there's
that they would have
no need to
divided those
blame anybody
copies.
right now. No need to blame anybody right now, please. Let's just
In that
forget
Hope
about it,
Uzodinma
please.
case, in that Hope Uzodinma case, we know that, let's say in River State where they rig will be vote, carry and give, even rig in Lagos rig, we know. But the Hope Uzodinma, why people were crying was because they said, even if you are telling the appeal court, this is the figure, they tell you from which polling booth unit. You said from this is what did the other party score in that polling unit? You didn't say. Who are you telling? Even in Port Harcourt, I mean, Rivers was rigging for Tinubu. At least Tinubu gave Peter Obi some vote, isn't it? In Lagos, the same thing. They said Peter Obi scored about
what I would just say is that
Labour scored about 900 and something, but they brought it down to 400, 500 and something, 400 and something. At least what we are saying, you can never have, that's why my principle is, you can never come to a polling unit. Only one party will clear the whole vote, both valid and invalid. It's only in Hope Uzodinma's case. That was the vote, that was the figure they bring. Assuming they were bringing Hope Uzodinma in 1 unit, a PDP. Hope Uzodinma had 590, PDP had 12. Somebody said, okay, yeah. But this one you just manufactured figure only for you. Then INEC now said, this polling unit where it came from, where is it? Because every polling unit will have a number. Which polling? Because INEC covered all the polling units, albeit whether it is rigged or not. But the one you are bringing, who is the returning officer for other parties? You see, this is just, that's why Hope Uzodinma's case, that's why people said, still calling him Supreme Court governor. It's like you just pluck figures from the air, from nowhere. Okay, we agree that even if we agree that the figures are genuine, Hope, which polling unit? Take us to that polling unit. Let us know. Is he not registered? Yes, please.
That's exactly what we are saying. We are saying the same thing. Now, Hope Uzodinma versus Emeka Ihedioha, you see that evidence that Supreme Court finally used in giving Hope the victory. It wasn't a new evidence. The evidence was there right from the tribunal, but the tribunal rejected that evidence because Hope Uzodinma manufactured a value where every vote went for him. So it doesn't make sense for the tribunal to have accepted that evidence. They threw the evidence away and said that which polling booth, where did you get this result from? That was you see, no, CN, wait. But the point is this, is that evidence has existed in the appeal. So when they got to the Supreme Court now queried the appeal that why did you not accept that evidence that Hope Uzodinma presented? So the Supreme Court accepted the evidence. So the point I'm making is this: the evidence existed before in the tribunal, but it doesn't make sense to have accepted that. How can they tell me that Hope Uzodinma in a polling unit he will score everything, and those results was not signed by anybody? It was only signed by the policeman.
Let me interject you a little bit. The Supreme Court couldn't have accepted Hope Uzodinma if INEC had produced certified true copies. Because the Supreme Court would have relied on INEC certified true copies, which they refused to produce earlier, that made Hope Uzodinma to manufacture his results.
Yeah, but
this is my point. Now, this is my point. The same thing. My point is that the same thing that INEC did then, they repeated it again in this 2020.
My point is that the evidence was not a new evidence. The evidence existed before.
Mr. Chris or C. I understand what you're saying. You are talking of the
but I don't believe Peter Obi is going to get anything in.
They can't be invalid. No, I'm coming. But Mr. V, what I'm trying to let you know is this: at the appeal court level for Imo State or wherever, they were showing, they brought that figures. The question, because if you are the resident electoral commissioner in every state, all the polling units, you know where they are. Every polling unit must have got PU, there's a number. All the polling units were covered in the result INEC has. The question they are asking Hope Uzodinma and the figure is, from which polling unit did this come out? From which, tell us the polling unit, because INEC has it. And in that polling unit, how come it is only your result 40? I mean, you can see, even if you want to rig, you see APC, we say in Bauchi, PDP score maybe 10, Labour Party 2, APC scored 55. I mean, you can see this. At least they gave you something. Meaning that this Hope Uzodinma, the figure they are trying to force on the appeal panel is that these are the figure. They didn't add it to us. They now ask them,
Yeah, I understand your point now. I understand your point that it's all fraud too, whether they produce the results or what, it is all fraud. If fraud is a fraud, it doesn't matter how beautiful you try to make it look like.
Exactly.
Yes.
Of course, it is a fraud. We all agree. So that's why. Well, let me return back to my original point. That's why sometimes when Nigerians, that's what they call consistent. That's why sometimes, do you know, today I've been querying and said, what really do they teach them in this law? Is it that if you come today and tell me that this thing, the cover is blue, and you rule on it, I said, okay, they say it's blue. Then tomorrow, 4 years later, that same thing, I've not changed it. I put it from the shelf again and said, this is a, he said, no, it's not blue. But you, the Supreme Court, has ruled that it is blue. And it's now in the, because it's Supreme, apart, the law of the country is this. The constitution you wrote down is the law. Whatever the court ruling, in as much as it is not challenged up to Supreme Court, it becomes a law. Because when the Supreme Court rules, there it stands. So it becomes a whatever. So in this case, the Supreme Court they are talking about, Supreme Court will do. So when I look at this, and I just look, do you know why I just said, let me just thank Nigeria Watch so that it doesn't feel that as if it's effort. No, it wasn't in vain. Let me tell people, because there's something the Englishman taught me, and it has always been my guiding principle in life. Where does this leave us? When you argue with an Englishman, he will just say, okay, where do we go from here? People will look at what the mess they are talking. The question I should have asked was, why did we abandon card reader for beavers? Can somebody lecture me? Why did we suddenly drop card reader? Say, no, we need something better. Now we go to beavers. Why
do you know what I learned from today? Do you know what I learned from today? I learned that based on their judgment that the Electoral Act as amended does not work. That's the judgment they gave today. That the Electoral Act as amended is null and void. So INEC can use whatever means they like as previous, manually, whatever, to do their job as long as they just do it. So which means there's no need for the Electoral Act. Why did they not sign it into law?
You see, and again, what I learned is this, because for those that are vulnerable, that may just fall for all this their gimmick. Look, I keep saying it. When you know before you, no, it's Peter. It's their opinion. Look, what the judges do today, what it means to me is just an opinion they expressed. Not that they give judgment. It's just an opinion. How can you tell me that all these PhD holders in law, practicing, look at Ozekome, all of them, Uzuku, most of them, what law? Is it not English language? Ordinarily, the way they appoint a judge is if you're becoming a senior advocate for a long time, like in UK here, a big QC, later they say, come to the judge, come to the bench. That is the way it is done. So when these people are just talking all this, talking down, harassing people, talking, where have they given a judge, even to 3rd of 19 in Shagari's case? It did not last like this from 9:30 in the morning till I don't know when it stopped, over 6 or 7 hours. They were talking nonsense.
No, they were trying to convince Nigerians of the evil they want to do.
Exactly, because instead of a judge, it's now. Oh dear, my this thing. Instead of where is my connection? Maybe so instead of a judge, to be a judge, you stand in the center. and then look both sides. You are now an advocate of APC. Even you did the job better than all these Olani Pekus that were there.
They were just busy. They were just busy trashing all those evidences.
Exactly.
As if they were nothing.
So when I look at this thing now, and then a typical Nigerian must be vulnerable.
Please, it's not the trashing of the evidences that was the problem. The anger. Anger. As in, how come? How dare you? You obedient. How dare you?
Exactly.
How dare you challenge the Nigerian state? How dare you? How dare you? The anger and the venom. How can you tell me the Supreme Court? I'm going back to Hope Uzodinma again. How can the Supreme
Court anger and venom is high on
evidence from just one policeman? The evidence that was not signed by anybody to declare somebody a governor of a state. Just the evidence of one policeman. That's what the Supreme Court of our country relied on.
We don't have courts. Honestly speaking, we don't have judges. Maybe we don't have everything they were saying today. It was amazing. Anyway, I already know that. Of course, you guys know my stand. I've always said that I don't believe that they're going to give justice. I still don't believe that the Supreme Court. They're going to go to Supreme Court. I still don't believe those things.
You are not
no, for me, the Supreme Court. See, the truth is that in the Supreme Court, we have to get that clear. You can't produce new evidences. You can't. You simply can't. And you see the witnesses that we presented, they are already saying that we fried in most of those witnesses out of time.
Yes, but except in this situation.
No, listen, before we sort of start to maybe accept what they say or what they didn't say, the articles, lawyers, and people not discuss this in terms of time to discuss it. When they say you didn't file this evidence in time, you didn't do this, it's like they are talking to people who are in kindergarten that doesn't know law. Do they think those people don't know anything? That's why I said, if your name is Peter and somebody is calling you John, whether I call it 1 million times, it does not mean that the person is correct. When they say, if they had, by saying all these things, people will say, this is a schoolboy error now. So does it mean that a lawyer like Michael
exactly, Mr.
Exactly. So you will not say that. So somebody like Michael Zekome doesn't know what is meant by deadline. The window to when to do this, when it will be. Even all of us here know when. So even you want to pay certain fee, a bill, you know when it is the last day for paying it, and you know how it works. So when they say this, you just say, wait a minute. Professor Michael Zekome, double PhD in law, LLD, Doctor of Philosophy, Doctor of Laws, Master of Laws, Fellow of the Sun. So Ozekome doesn't know what he means by this is the window to file this petition. Does it mean that if the thing should close on the 30th of June, so by July 7th, Ozekome is filing an application? Is that what they're trying to tell us? That it has passed? So that's why when you listen to this type of thing, don't take them in. Just let's hope. Today,
look on the bright side. Look on the bright side. They opened a door that we can drive a trailer through. Remember, they basically what they blamed Obi's lawyers is that Obi's lawyers threw something in the air without showing it, which is we don't even know how many votes are in contest.
Now listen. So, this is how to answer. This is how to answer that question. They said, Obi the labor, he didn't provide law, he didn't provide the evidence or maybe the number. They were saying they rigged this.
Exactly, that's the door they opened that we can now gather those evidences and take them to the Supreme Court.
I don't even listen. I don't even believe that. Listen, now let me
believe me. I don't believe anything is going to come out from Supreme Court. Everybody should.
Don't think Atiku is wasting his time trying to pursue this certificate issue here in the U.S. because he intends to present it in the Supreme Court.
Please, let me make this point. When somebody, like they say this line, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just using my common sense. When they say, Labour Party was just like throwing something in the air, where is their own figure now? If you say this, if you say that. Now, the question I want to ask is this. All those cooler full of jollof rice, that the Labour Party was bringing to court. People saw it now. They were offloading something in, people saw the boxes. They will mark this one Niger State, mark this one Bauchi. Is it not paper that is filled up? Those paper means.
But those came from INEC.
Agency. Listen now. Pulling agencies. If all of them came from, no, not all of them. If all of them came from INEC, it will be because INEC did it in a way that for all their addition, we make sure that Tinubu won. But what I'm trying to say is that
let me ask you: do you think those judges read those papers? Do you think those judges read those papers?
No, they didn't.
Just hold on. Let me say this. Now, you are asking me for a figure, but I've given you the results state by state. Put them in a different suitcases for you. Is it not your duty to go through them and say, okay, this local government, what I can see here is 13. For Bauchi has 27 local government. In one, I saw 13 here. Then the other one, I saw 9. You add it up now. That's what they gave you for. Because if Peter Obi should say in Bauchi State, we scored 1,250 votes, and the INEC say it's only 700. They will say, okay, where is the evidence? He said, that is what we tallied it to. Where is but they provided the paper. Had anything on documentary is a hard copy. He said this because that's why he brought it state by state. So it is not left for INEC. It is not left for the tribunal to look at each suitcase. They open it, look at, because they arranged it. Say these are the states. These are the real results. These are the real results. So when they say, where is the figure? Where is the figure? Just laugh at them. To me, I know this, but all these things, you will hear what will happen in the weeks and days ahead. So in fact, I looked at this, and to be honest with you, everything appears so childish to me. The whole when
CM, let me say something. CM, let me say something. Based on this one that you said, to be honestly speaking, yes, Peter Obi lawyers made a mistake on that, because if you deposit document, you're supposed to put each round figure on each of the states and you gave it to them. So if you don't do that, you are asking them, not the United States would not, court will not even do that. They will not help you to compute it unless you told them before they can do that for you. That's why I said on this one. That's why I said earlier. I said on this one, they should have, since INEC, because what they're saying that INEC refused to give them access to those materials for them to compare. Since INEC refused to do that, what you do is that compute the one you have and give it to them. Tell them this is the figure, this is the figure. But if you're saying that the court should do the computation themselves, I think they have issues over there.
Listen, I'm speaking as a layman, but I believe you because of what you said now. I do not think that people, let's say called, all of them will just say maybe 27 pieces of paper, each one for each local government. In the end, it will just be 27. There must be a cover note on top to say this is the total figure, this is the breakdown. I believe that
they will have to come and tell us, because they've been accused now by the judges. The judges accuse them. So the lawyers need to come and tell us that if that's exactly what they did, according to what those judges said, or they actually did what we are saying they should have done. You understand?
But if they give you a pile of this as evidence, tender it to you, is it not for you to look at it? Won't you look at the evidence? If they bring it, they say these are the evidence, and they tender it on your table. If they tender it, is it not your duty to go through it one after the other before you give judgment? So are you not telling me that maybe there are 27, each one represents one local government, and they were able to tabulate it there? So there must be a cover note on top that we say the whole thing is 1 million, and the breakdown of 1 million from Bauchi means so local government, so unit. So those pieces of papers that are there are containing figures, not just a prose.
Yeah, so my point here is that my point here is that we cannot defend them, which is P2B's lawyer, until they told us that they actually they have to tell us if they actually did it. All this stuff that the judges accuse them of. The lawyers need to come to tell us that the judges are lying. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, because because the judges are giving judgment. They are telling you they did not do this, they did not do this. This is what the judges are saying. So they need to come out to tell us that the judges lied to Nigerians. We actually gave them the figures. We actually do this. They will not say, okay, yes. You understand what I'm saying? But aside that, right now, my point is this petition tribunal, whatever, is completely dead. This side is just going to go. It's completely dead. That's my point. So anyway,
then the suffering continues, isn't it? After all,
me, I'm never going to suffer because I'm going to fight to take my people out of poverty. I'm going to fight.
No.
That is it.
I'm talking generally. What I'm trying to say is that by 25th they did the what is it called? The election. In about how many days they announced Tinubu winner? People are saying he will be sworn in by 29. Just pray. Okay, whether you voted for Tinubu, you didn't vote for Tinubu. On 29th, he removed fuel subsidy and everybody started suffering equally. So some people that may be gloating that Peter Obi is defeated, or Atiku is defeated, or Tinubu confirmed, the suffering is the same. After all, is it not Bode George that is even querying? They want to share 25 billion per state. He said Kano and Lagos have more than 20 million people, and you are giving them 5 million. There are some states that are not having up to 10 million, 5 million. So this is it. Everybody, okay, if the suffering is simple, so where are we talking? But then there's something somebody should also raise to even tell INEC. If common sense we ask you, INEC, the tribunal, did you go through those documents and you didn't see the figure? Because I believe they can't just write it. Because there are common sense alone will tell you that these people, they did a thorough job. Forget about the way they are dismissing everything you dismiss. Who is the better person to tell whether there is or not a glitch? Is it not the owners of the website? Is it not the owners of the software? When you summon somebody from AWS, Amazon website and system or whatever, the person came and said, look, as far as we monitored it, it did not. There was no glitch. And today they are still talking of glitch. That was where the tribunal gave itself away. The owner
that is the most annoying. That's the most annoying thing I've ever seen in my life.
And it is because you can never, as far as I know, it's like going to tell jump.
Augustine, you see, concerning that Amazon Web Service we talked about now, you can see the intention of the satanic judges. First of all, they were defending that there was no glitch. And secondly, they even went ahead to query the authenticity of that woman being a staff of INEC. Mr. Sen, Dr. Sen, I understand what you are saying completely, that it will be childish for somebody to think that those PhD holders in law, they don't know what deadlines are. And they will just dump those materials there with those people without doing anything, just like those people were claiming. Yeah, it's a valid point you are making. But just like Peace said, we have to hear from these lawyers that all these things that the judges accused us of, they were all lies. So the judges have to come out and say all those things, that they were lies. Because it's just like a schoolboy error. It's like saying somebody is going for an exam, he forgot to take his pencil, his ID card, his writing material, just like a baby. That's what the judges made us to believe.
Exactly.
It doesn't simply make sense.
Exactly. Because
I know that's your argument, which makes sense, but it's time for the judge, for the Labour Party's lawyer to come out and debunk all this.
Yeah, of course. I know they wish. That's why I said in the wish. And do you know why? The lady from Amazon website.
Exactly, Mr. Chris. They need to come out and debunk it. That's why I'm being reserved, to be honest.
Exactly. Yes, you are quite correct. Even me, we're just talking it because this is just like we are discussing random discussion, but we know that they rate it because they won't keep quiet. Now, what I'm trying to say is that the Amazon lady was invited just to disprove one thing: that word glitch. Because immediately they switch off beavers, and after February 25th, the whole Nigeria everywhere there was a glitch. That of House of Reps went, House of Senate went to presidential. There was a glitch. The owners of the website come and they gave you the software. They say we've tracked it, and I'm an expert. I know when it's a glitch or not. So who then are you as a judge? Are you technical? Do you know it? He's telling you that.
Let me say something to that. If there was a glitch,
wait, let me just say something. Why will the judge say there was no glitch? INEC said there was a glitch. Everybody said there was a glitch. Even INEC agreed that there was a glitch. And the lawyers came out angrily, telling everybody there was no glitch. Is that not appalling?
Exactly.
See, if there was a glitch, let me say something. If there was a glitch to AWS database, if there was a glitch, it will be on CNN, it will be on BBC.
That is the thing.
It's not a hidden thing. It will be on CNN, it will be on BBC. Amazon had a glitch on their data and stuff. Because people are going to, you know why? Because people want to sue them because of their data. Understand that?
Is data compromised?
Even liar Muhammad.
People want to sue them. I was listening to them. I was listening to the judges talking about 500 error code that from the server. If you talked about 500 error code being seen when they try to look at the server, the question is, INEC does not have a server. That is my point. So where did they see the 500 error code?
Exactly.
If you want to see a 500 error code, it has to be directly from the server all the way. The server could even be in Iran.
But how did it work for the House of Assembly? I mean, the House of Reps. It worked for the Senate, but the presidential it didn't.
It didn't work.
I mean, and definitely. I mean, I should expect the judges to have looked at that and given us their understanding of why it worked for the Senate. Or the same day, the Senate election, it worked for the House of Reps. The same day, Senate election, but for the presidential, it didn't.
No, they've already given you the excuse that there was a glitch. It is in an attempt to disprove them that they brought the lady who said, we own this thing. There's no glitch. Because if the lady agreed,
if there was a glitch,
I'm coming. If the lady come there and say there's a glitch, INEC can now sue the company to claim damages.
To Amazon.
Do you see it?
No, but how can the glitch be selective? Work for Senate, work for House of Reps, but if it's presidential, don't. And you cannot say it worked at a certain hour. Because all the different polling stations from all the different areas were uploading at the same time or different times.
Okay, let us assume that there was a glitch. How come you gave out a guideline for the election? You told the whole world, you gave out a guideline. All the political parties, they have the guideline that you gave out. It was INEC that gave out that guideline. So when when there was a glitch and there was a change, how come you did not call all the political parties to tell them that there is a glitch and now want to change the guideline?
Or even tell them that same day or the next day or the next day.
How come you did not tell them? So which means what they did was that they pretended this is how the judges should have given their judgment. You did not call them back to see that you've changed the guideline. You are the one who gave them the guideline, because when you gave out a guideline, they are not expected to beat the guideline or to have any shortcut, because you are going to disqualify them. Now, when you make changes to that guideline during the process and you refuse to communicate to them the new information, so you just started doing yours and they were doing theirs, that's deliberate. Only that this alone is enough to disqualify. Even if you don't want to say Peter Obi won this election, you just disqualify the election.
My brother, don't worry yourself. Even Lai Mohammed confirmed it here in the US that there was no glitches. There was no glitches
because he came here and he said that.
Exactly. Yeah. So which person's one are we going to follow now? Yeah. You know, and he was the information minister.
It's true, no?
And the information he gave was correct. They did it intentionally. The only thing that I don't even know why some people don't just hang their clothes, their hat on it and hold on to it real tight. INEC explained to me why on that very day, from the same beaver, everything about Senate was uploaded, about House of Rep was uploaded, but about the presidential, no. Tell us why beaver now became selective on what to upload and what not to upload.
Another
If
thing
that
you
was
guys
the
need to
only case,
observe, they
if that
after
was the only
they were
case
giving
introduced to
judgment, they
court,
were giving judgment citing previous judgment before the Electoral Act has amended, which means, to me, to my understanding, if the Electoral Act has been amended, you're supposed to use the Electoral Act squarely for the judgment. So if you're not citing previous judgment before the Electoral Act was amended, it means that you are indirectly setting aside the Electoral Act, because this Electoral Act, this is the new order. The old order has been replaced with the new order. So why would you use all those ones?
They are
to
just
give
citing obsolete
no, in
precedent that
that
doesn't
new
apply.
order that they are applying, don't forget what they did in Adeleke. Adeleke, there, the court depended 100% on IREV. What was not on IREV, we are not going to deal with it because IREV is supposed to be a backup. And that was how they ruled in that Adeleke. But here, they know they don't have that benefit because INEC doesn't have IREV for them. So they just went and mumbo-jumbled everything and bamboozled us. The point is, I hope P2B's attorneys are not going to sleep now. Tomorrow and the day before, after tomorrow, they need copies of the police copy of those ECAs. They need to go to whatever court or however they will subpoena it, get it before it gets compromised. Because these guys are not sleeping either.
See, listen. It is not a question of let P2B's lawyers do quick to get before it get compromised. Is it not P2B and Labour Party went to INEC? We need all these things. INEC couldn't give them. They went to court.
And the court asked
Court
them, what
now
do you want me
authorized.
to do?
Court tell the INEC, release all these things to them. P2B then went again. They couldn't get everything. So if you are telling me that P2B and the lawyer or whatever they should do, hurry. If you go to police tomorrow or next tomorrow, they will say, okay, they are bringing it. Next
No,
1 month, they may not bring it, and nothing will happen.
Wait,
yes.
Do you know what the judge said concerning this issue you just raised? He said it was a nebulous excuse, that there are other ways, at least 4 or 5 other means.
Okay, to get it. Okay, now listen.
That these lawyers would have used. That was what the judge said.
Listen. Let me not listen. Please. Let me not tell you. When the man who gave you poison so that you die, you didn't die, now volunteer to be your doctor, are you safe? Are you? No, it's true. The man said, I poisoned him, and you didn't die. They said, okay, I'm the best doctor to cure him. You submit again. He will continue. So when the
deadlier poison.
Exactly. The tribunal is now telling maybe P2B and his lawyers, there are more than 1 million ways to get it. Supposing they try that one, they will say it's illegal.
Exactly.
Oh, dear. You don't.
But is it not even shameful that they gave order in their courts for something to happen and people violated that order? Is it not shameful?
That's the point.
I remember when Obi's lawyers came and complained that they went and they didn't give them. It was that Chief Justice, what is his name, Timani or whatever. He was the one that asked them, so what do you want me to do? I'm like, what? Are you no longer the judge?
But do you know that, my friend? Do you know that?
Just imagine a court gave order in the country where you are for so document to be released. Just imagine.
Do you know that some Nigerians have, I wouldn't say Nigerians, but some Nigerians have short memory. People I started listening to people somewhere. They started blaming Obi, said, but they should have gotten all this from INEC. But they've forgotten that even before Obi tried to get some of the results, INEC refused. They went to court. Court even compelled INEC, release this thing to them by court order. Yet they didn't do it. Yet the people have forgotten
And when they
Yet,
went to the court, the judge asked them, "What do you want me to do?"
See,
so
our institutions, all our institutions are lawless.
that
All
is the
our
thing.
institutions, none of them obey laws.
I
So that is why
just want to
it's
chip in
unfortunate
something.
and it's a pity.
One moment.
Can I say something, please?
Okay, go ahead. Who wants to say something?
Yeah, Isaac, I want to say something, please.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, Brother Elvis, wherever you are, God bless you. I dip my heart for you, for your consistency and all the sacrifices that you made for a better Nigeria. And I think
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. God bless you, sir.
Oh, you're there. Oh, my brother. I honestly,
Thank you.
I just came in. I just want to just let you know that you are in the heart of millions of Nigerians who believe in a better Nigeria. You have done what nobody could do, and I think that we are completely proud of you. I'm speaking this from my heart. I remove my heart for you, for your consistency, for your dedication, for your honesty, for your sacrifices, for your belief and your faith for a better Nigeria. It doesn't matter
Thank you,
what
sir.
happened today. You have done what a lot of people will not be able to do. A lot of people who have the privilege, the opportunity to use what they have to do what you have done. I am telling you, no matter whatever happens moving forward from tomorrow, your name will be written in the heart of all of us who has been part of you, who has come to know you, who you have given the privilege to be part of this your platform. You have done what most mainstream media in Nigeria cannot do or could not do and would not do. So I just believe that your name is written in gold, whether anybody like it or not. And I think that
Thank you, sir.
We all are so much proud of you, what you do. And I tell you that from the bottom of my heart, you made my wife to begin to listen to Niger Watch, because when I started, it was like when we have to have time, Niger Watch, you want to carry Nigeria for your Nigeria, and now you get Nigeria, now you born Nigeria. At the time, she came to understand that, in whatever way we are doing to help people back home is all for the good of Nigeria. So I think that I just want to say that God bless you, and the joy of the Lord will continue to be your strength. No matter whatever the satanic people want us to believe or want us to feel or want us to, we are not going to be beaten down by whatever they have done. I think the question going forward is, from next week, we want to see, or personally, let me say not we, I want to see if Nigerians are worth fighting for. This is what I'm just waiting from next week. Then by then we begin to make a kind of a conclusion of where we're going or what we do next. But also I want to encourage every one of us, let us not begin to portion blame. Let us not begin to say they would have done this, they would have not done this, this is what they're supposed to do. We have not heard from our principal, Mr. Peter Obi, who is our leader, who is the hope and the faith of Nigeria. And the legal team of the Labour Party have not made any comment. And most of us, we are not lawyers. And I don't think that respected lawyers like Ibazu and Ozokem and all the whole people that worked in these two political parties wouldn't know that they're supposed to pick or give figures or whatever. So let us allow this to sink in first, and let us hear from the team, and let's hear whatever they have to say, and let us hear from our principal, and then we take it off from there. So let us not think we have not done enough. We have done enough. We should be proud of ourselves. We have proven to the world that irrespective of few people who has hold Nigeria into captivity, that Nigerians are ready to free themselves. But I think next week will be the starting point for us to, Nigerians at home, they have to prove to us that they are ready to liberate themselves, they are ready to be free, not just saying it, but looking for us to
Yeah,
start
the
it.
Labour Party. Let me quickly say this. I'll let you continue because you mentioned a statement I've not come out from any of them. But the Labour Party official press release, I have it here. I'd like to quickly take this official press release from Labour Party. Labour Party rejects the PPC judgment. The Labour Party watched with dismay and trepidation the dismissal of petitions by the five-man panel of the Presidential Election Petition Court led by Justice Haruna Samani today, and we reject the outcome of the judgment in entirety. The court justice was not served, and it did not reflect the law and the desire of the people. Nigerians were witnesses to the electoral robbery that took place on February 25th, 2023, which was globally condemned by the tribunal in its wisdom, refused to accept the obvious. What is at stake is democracy, and we will not relent until the people will prevail. We salute the doggedness of our team of lawyers who fearlessly expose the wrath in our system. We can only weep for democracy in Nigeria, but we refuse to give up on Nigeria. Details of the party's position will be presented after consultation with our lawyers after this certified true copy of the judgment is made available to us. We urge all lovers of democracy to remain focused and hopeful because a new Nigeria is possible. Signed, Obiora Ifo, National Publicity Secretary, Labour Party. So they have responded. So we'll take it from there. I just wanted to put that through. So before that, thank you very much, Victoria Adiola, for the super chat. May God bless you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go ahead, sir, Mr. Ike.
Yeah, so with this now we can see a statement has come out from Labour Party, and I think let us also have the patience to wait for our principal and the legal team because from what Brother Elvis read to us now, they say they have to consult with the legal team and they'll be able to know the next move. So what am I advising our people in Niger platform and all over the world? Don't fall prey to whatever happens today because they want to create a headline for you. They want you to begin to talk about something, because if you watch whatever happened today, you will know that this is just something that, what was so shocking to me that made me, even though I was walking, I stopped listening was when this Sumani, is it Sumani or Somani? I don't know his name. The judge leading this, when he said that the witnesses of Labour Party were not in for this court, it was for Labour Party and Peter Obi. Really? Seriously? That was the time I see it, and I am not a psychologist, but when you look at somebody, when you look at the voice of the judge reading whatever he was reading, saying what he was saying, you can see the anger, you can see the dismissive of everything that has to do with Labour Party. And I said, wow, is it really this is really what is happening in Nigeria today? So my brothers and sisters, listen, let us take a PG and let's be calm. And let's see what goes from tomorrow. Until when we get all the facts. Now we got an information from Labour Party. Maybe by tomorrow, by next, we shall hear from our principal, or maybe the legal team will call a press conference, and they let us know where we go, so that we don't fall into the hands of the people who are trying to create a headline for us. That because they put up some stories there for us to, continue to argue among ourselves. Get angry, get frustrated, and begin to talk down to each other. Please let us not fall into it because until when we know where we get to, then we can be able to make a final decision. So let us not please begin to argue or say they had their fault. They're supposed to have done this. They're supposed to do this. They're supposed to have done that. Please, that's where I want to stop for somebody else to say something. God bless you.
Wanted to make, I was making earlier before I gave way was this. We know that even if somebody steals your property, if you want to defend himself, you must always find reason. These things that the so-called tribunal are pointing out, this. What if they have done it? They will still tell you that they didn't do it. So it's just that they're all there. The thing is just a choreographed. But the aspect that pains me, or not really pains me, short of, but sort of I worry about is when I see people who already accepted it and start to build. Oh, if like the tribunal pointed out, like I said before, like the said what tribunal was saying, they should have brought this evidence before the deadline. They brought this out, and I say, these are schoolboy error. Somebody like me, who is not a lawyer, will make. Not senior advocates with PhD in law for over 30 years, 40 years practicing law. You are telling them the procedure. When if they say the deadline is June 13th, you expect them that after June 13th, they will still be filing, they will still be bringing evidence, unless you grant them an extension. So later you say they brought, those things are lies. Even the tribunal, they were telling lies to themselves, and they were lying to themselves. So when I look at all these things, I said, okay, I don't know. That's why I look at it, I said, the first thing that came to my mouth, I was telling somebody today was, does it mean that God, that Nigerians have not suffered enough? That's what I was saying. Because all along, my submission has always been that since 1999, we've not had somebody like Obi. We've had people that looted their state.
See, God is not God does not have hand in Nigeria case. It's Nigerians that will take their matter into their own hands. You see, you understand? Somebody mentioned a state capture. Somebody mentioned a state capture today when someone was giving a submission. Believe me, go and quote me. 100%, Nigeria is a state capture. There is no amount, only a force, only an equivalent force that will restore Nigeria. Nigeria is under a state capture. That's just the truth. 100% state capture. The judges, you will see it in them. The politicians, you see it in them. The police, you see it in them. You see, the generals, you see it in them. So Nigeria is a state, it's a collaboration between all of these group people together. So it's a state capture. So it will take the Nigerian people themselves to free themselves. And I doubt if they can do it politically, because when you're in a state capture, you need to have that equal force.
It's true. I agree. Nigeria is state captured. But what I have to ask it is that, such a question, me asking it rhetorically, just that I'm starting to say, even now, we've used the worst of the candidates, criminals. We've been having a terrorist as people aspiring to be president. Now we've got a very clean man who don't take my word for it, who said, go and search my past. If you have anything against me, I stop campaigning. Till today, no politician has ever said it.
I told you guys that was what caught my attention, because I was waiting for them to come and accusing and bring out some dirty shit, and they could not.
They couldn't. So why I said it, I said, is it an angel in heaven that will come? That people will even accept. Those judges that doing all these things, they had to be said during campaign, if you have anything against me, bring it. Please, I don't know what is making this noise. Who is can somebody, if you are not speaking, because the noise is really disturbing, makes like as if there's no why we know. Are you people not hearing it? I don't know why. That's a
I'm
noise.
hearing. I don't know if it's coming from. I'm muted myself. I wouldn't know if it has stopped. Just check again. Let me mute myself.
No, it's not you then, because it's still continuing.
Noise?
Yeah, it's like somebody making guru, guru, guru. Okay, stop now.
It was from Mr. Ike. I've done it.
Okay. So what I'm trying to when people say passive, bring it up, then I stop campaigning. Even these judges, he was throwing the challenge to everybody, not just to politicians, and yet nothing came out. That was what made me to say, look, yes, God really want to smile on us. Is that why these people are bringing? So issue of Tinubu certificate, they didn't even, they were even defending Tinubu with all the evidence. Issue of 25% in Abuja, nobody is talking. So if 25% in Abuja is not cop, then why did they put it? Why didn't just say 25% in across every
Mr. CN and Dr. CN.
They mention
Dr. CN, that 25%, did you hear when they were delivering that judgment, that aspect? When they started going back to Webster Dictionary, trying to explain what and means and semicolon. It was dictionary they used in throwing that away. They were trying to explain what and mean and what semicolon. I followed every line of the judgment. That was that. They said it 25%. It didn't mean anything. That how can you even imagine that the indigenous of Abuja, they are superior than the other people in every other part of the country? That was what the man said. That it was a basic. It doesn't have any other meaning apart from what it simply means. That's
my teacher. Listen, my teacher.
If we get something clear, let's get something clear. Even if Peter Obi's lawyer, let's assume they didn't make one single mistake. They presented all the facts. Even the one, INEC gave them all the facts and everything, 100% clear to the blind. Even if Tinubu was convicted, there is paper conviction in the US. The way these judges went about their business today, they would have still found a way of throwing out this case. I think they had only one mission.
Yes,
they had only one mission, and that's to overlook everything.
Can I interject?
Okay, yeah.
If the Supreme Court, if we actually have a sane society, these judges today just expose themselves.
Yes.
They just expose themselves. And so, but for me, honestly, for me, I am not waiting for Supreme Court. These guys, they just acted like the extended lawyers of APC. What they did today was they acted like
in fact, they did better job. They did better job for APC.
They did, of course.
Yeah,
they
acted like the extended lawyer. So it is now clear. It is now clear to Nigerians that when they said, "Okay, all of this will be addressed in the final comments," this is what they meant. Now, for me, because Supreme Court is with what this guy did today. Now they have a lawyer. The judges of the tribunal just acted like the extended lawyers of the legal counsel that were talking for this guy in court. Now, if you now look at Supreme Court is now their extended father. With what they've done now, striking out the old, striking out everything. And if you look at their closing statements, they said whatever they have litigated on today, or whatever is talked about before, maybe there's a litigant on something before, cannot be represented again. So do you think that Supreme Court, I mean, I'm not preempting them, but for me, I don't want to wait for Supreme Court. The state has been captured. Let's collect it back from the hand of the captors. That is what we need to do.
Give us a mandate. I beg, let me
the Supreme Court has never in the presidential election throughout the appeals court decision.
They will never throw it out.
Never, because never, just quote me.
In fact,
Supreme Court will never.
They were even trying to do the work of Supreme Court in advance. That's to tell you that.
See,
God bless you, sir. God bless you.
See, sir, let me tell you, where you know that these people are very, they really prepare. They are criminal. Imagine how can this kind of sin that you're projecting, you manage to project, and you're only projecting those seated, but those that are reading the real judges, you cannot see them. Just juxtapose this one with what happened with Electoral in UK. Were you not seeing the judge and the audience?
Exactly. Even in Kenya, presidential election, they televised live. You saw the judges on the bench, all of them lined up. People were seeing.
Do you know what? They are afraid. They are afraid.
Why are they hiding their faces?
1 minute, guys. You see, sorry, guys, I want to quickly confirm something, because listening to what you guys are saying, are you guys trying to say that if we go to Supreme Court will never do anything against tribunal? Is that what you were trying to say?
On the presidential election, they will never overturn appeals court.
Let me answer that question.
Okay, that means what you are saying is that there's no hope in going to Supreme Court.
Yes.
So, I think
that is me. That is me saying. That is me.
Let me answer that question.
Yeah, two ways. Mr. Naija Watch, it depends on what, if it were to be, if you ask me, if this was to be a society where the rule of law holds sway, I can say, okay, there is hope in Supreme Court. And the other thing is that it also depends if the Supreme Court has a vested interest in this matter. If the Supreme Court is for Tinubu, no matter how the evidence you are going to bring, no matter how, they are still going to go along with Tinubu. But if they want to be neutral, the Supreme Court, if they want to be neutral and do the proper thing, they can quarrel with the tribunal for not considering the evidences that were presented by the lawyers of the Labour Party. That is, if the Supreme Court, if they want to be neutral, they
But
can
at the
quarrel
end
with
of
the
the
tribunal.
day, to me, I don't know, I don't want to sound different. If the tribunal have behaved this way, I believe Supreme Court will do worse.
This is exactly the point. We have to be frank. Exactly the point.
Can I just come in real quick?
If it is true, if we confirm that, if it is true, what we're saying that Nigeria is under a state capture, the Supreme Court will do the worst.
Okay, One Love, let's hear from you, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Naija Watch. It's been a while. I've been really busy, but I'm glad I'm home today. I was able to listen to your talk show, but now I'm able to join. Good evening to everyone here. I just want to say thank you for everything you've done. Yeah, you've actually done more than a lot of the guys we call rulers, because they've not done anything. That being said, I just wanted to say, let no one blame Obi's lawyers. The guys did all they could done. In fact, I will give them 100% in the job they did. But you have to understand that there is no way for them to go. The judgment was already preempted. There is nothing you are going to do that is going to go for Obi's favor. When I was listening to your show today, when I listened to those judges reading the judgment, it was just like what Give Us Our Mandate said. This is just Tinubu's lawyer 2.0, just defending Tinubu in court. So for me, just to answer your question, if we go to Supreme Court, we are going to get what is worse than this, because Supreme Court is already Tinubu's guys running that place. You understand? So blaming Obi's lawyers is a little bit too premature, because if you look at all the evidence we had, we were 100% confident that it was going to go our own way. For a judge to be telling you that, a judge that issued a subpoena to to INEC chairman to release evidence, for him to be telling you that, what do you want me to do? Or you have more than 5 ways to get the evidence, but you did not get it. They were even blaming Obi's lawyers. A judge issued a subpoena, and the subpoena was not obeyed, and they could not do anything about it. So I don't know what we are actually waiting for, if we want them to pluck our eyes away before we actually know that these guys are not for us. With all that I've seen so far, I've made my conclusion that, look, we just have to figure out how to get Nigeria out of a state capture. Forget about the Supreme Court. Nothing is going to happen there for Obi. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound negative, but somebody is not going to beat me 2 times or 1,000 times before I know that the person is actually shitting on me. You know? So with what I saw today, these guys disgrace themselves all over the world, and Nigeria is finished. And this is the system that Obi was trying to change. Judges don't even know their left from their right. They don't know what they are doing. They were reading something that was written for them. That's the reason why they kept going back and forth. They were even making mistakes while they were reading what's on paper. So these judges came to court. They defended Tinubu.
My brother, you just said it. If they were the one that wrote that judgment, they should not make any error.
Definitely.
They should not make any error.
You know. So
if the state has been captured, then we need to get the state out of the hand of the captor.
There is no way to liberate Nigeria through this process, because they've captured everything. We have to go against them with the same power that they are presenting themselves with. You are not going to go to a Champions League and go play Real Madrid and go there with Enyiba boys. You are not going to beat them.
My brother that is talking. Sorry. Let me interject you.
So no matter what Obi's lawyers have, no matter what they might have done, or however they might have gone with this case, they will still call this thing for Tinubu. That's the way I just saw it.
Okay, there is a way. They have captured the system all around. I agree with you. Let's borrow example from our little neighboring African country. How did they do it? Did they go through any law, any tribunal, or any legal system? There are other ways. There is always a way. If all the ways have been blocked, you navigate to another way. There are a lot of ways. Nigerian people should wake up and find a way. That's the point. We can't fold our arm and be saying there is no way. Okay, if Tinubu has tightened all the loopholes, has captured the system and pocketed the system, what is the next option? That's the point. That's the question I'm asking Nigerians.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The way that we have been using all along, this democratic system of democracy whatsoever, it's not going to lead us anywhere. We have to find a different way to get these people out of there. You know?
I understand you guys. My friend, I understand you guys. You cannot get these guys out because Nigeria is under a state capture. You cannot use democratic means like this to get them out. So you must measure up with the same measure. You must meet up with the same measure through the use in capturing the state. That's the only way you can get them out.
Piece of exactly.
So
if
you
must
expecting
that we can use normal democratic process. It's not good. We have to put them under pressure.
Please.
Exactly. They have to realize that there will be consequences for their action.
For their actions, yes. That's the only way they can give up. Let me tell you one thing about these guys. You know one thing about these guys? They are always afraid, and they are the ones to first intimidate you. And you know why they will first of all intimidate you? It's a psychological something. So they will first of all intimidate you to get you to be afraid, because they are always afraid, because they are very few in numbers.
Do you know when they say they are looking for the dictionary meaning of AND? And my English teacher in secondary school taught me. He said, "Forget about we are speaking English. Anything you know the meaning in English, and you translate it to your vernacular or mother tongue. If it's not giving you the same thing, then you're lying." There's a noise. Where is the noise coming from? Okay. So anything, if they translate that 25%, let them translate it to their native language and tell me what it means. when they because people just say if they use Webster dictionary, why can't they use Oxford dictionary? Is it only Webster? So when they want to tell lies, they just thought all these things. What surprises me is that some people are buying into it and started to build their narrative based on what these people said, who to blame. Look, there is no way you will tell me that a senior advocate of Nigeria of over 30, 20 years with advanced degree in law and practicing does not know procedure, when to file evidence, when it will be late, when it has passed the deadline. Even a small boy will know. Don't they know are they not masters of legal proceedings? All of them before you become a son. Don't they know it? But now they in fact, when the judges they've delivered a judgment, they've succeeded in telling the world that they are illiterates themselves. That is what they've
Openly,
succeeded in doing. Because
they
people will be
openly
laughing at
disgrace
themselves.
Nigerians. They openly disgrace Nigerians. And they told
Themselves,
the whole world they don't even know the meaning of armed. They don't even know the meaning of armed. So they brought out a dictionary and they were looking at the meaning of armed.
And if you
Which is
ask
an
them,
inclusive. Oh God.
if you ask them, this 20% has been Supreme Court. Previously, the same Supreme Court of Nigeria has resolved this in the Tinubu. Not Tinubu, Buhari versus is it Obasanjo or something 1 year. They've resolved this long time. Stated it. And now
Even if let's even look at the context. Look at it in context. That electoral asset that Constitution said, you must in contest which is a requirement, get 25 or 24% and must. If you look at it in context, it binds all of them together. So if you remove one from it,
Mr. Elvis.
Oh God.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Can I request for something? Okay, that hand, there was this lady that keeps saying that is a must. I know it is late tonight. If you can just show that video.
No, I know it's Kadari Ahmed.
No, we'll do that tomorrow, not tonight.
Yeah, so that lady kept saying, and is a must, is your constitution. So why will you bring the dictionary beside your constitution?
The constitution already uses the word from the beginning, must have from the beginning. So if you chain it together with the and, it means that anyone who will not get 25% in Abuja is not supposed to be sworn in. So this shows that these guys were, I don't know their level of education. I'm shocked. They disgrace themselves to the whole world. I'm just shocked.
If you listen to them, are we even sure they have certificate? Are we even sure they graduated? Are we even sure are you sure they don't even forge their own certificate through before they go to this level?
My brother, if you listen to them, you can tell vividly that everything they were reading was exactly what Kenyamo defended on Channels TV. This and issue. And it's been out there from every APC member that have been interviewed. You can tell these guys were given document that was written by different guys.
Allegedly, is it not? I hope it's not the one that they say Fasha was writing allegedly before this time.
Is it? If look, let's even face it. What if all these APC people decide to give them go and read? What if APC we just gather in one hotel for 1 week? See there, write the judgment, and then give to the judges. Say, go and read it. What if it happens that way? So you see, the thing is that when I look at something like this, because I'm going. That's why. What are the point I'm making all this night, all this since this evening is this. I'm telling people, those listening to me, do not. That's why I use the analogy that your name is Peter. You know your name is Peter. It doesn't matter when 1 million people are calling you John. You don't just say, okay, let me now answer John. No, you You see it. I said that so far the judges in the tribunal setting their own exam and answering it themselves in the hope that they are trying to. What are they talking? This is a simple thing. In fact, they've succeeded in telling people the world that they are illiterates. They don't even know what they're saying because there are certain things you will say. People will say, "This okay." Then why were all the judges across the day were just sleep because the thing makes no meaning to them. They're just talking jazz. You can't even command people's attention. If you're in a class and the lecturer is teaching, nearly half of the class are sleeping. It doesn't mean that all of them are asleep. What it means is that the
Didn't you
lecturer
hear them?
doesn't know
Didn't
what
you
is
hear the
talking.
readings? Did you hear the way they were reading? Like people who never went to school, like people who struggling to
In
read
fact,
out something you
in
wrote.
fact, in
Something
fact,
you
the first
wrote, a judgment you wrote, you were struggling to read, and cameras were there. Now I know why they don't always want cameras because these judges are ancient judges. They don't upgrade. They don't upgrade.
the first person
I don't think they would
the
take
first person
courses. I
told
don't think they take courses.
the first person that read or the first judge, I was telling somebody that somebody was asking me how far was it. I said, look, I don't know the language they are speaking, but all I know is that at the end, I will like somebody to translate this English into English for me so that I can understand because I didn't understand what they are talking. I said, how can you not read what you wrote? It take you months or weeks to write this, and yet you are still reading that as if you are seeing it. Even if you give me that judgment to read, bet you me, the first time I'm seeing it, if I have a look at, it will be smooth than what they are doing. You just said, look at this paper, and they say you're a judge. That tells you the level. Okay, now let me just by way of digression. Mary Odele, two of her daughters are already judges. The one called Chinelo and the one called Njideka. The one called Njideka failed in her first bid. They said she didn't make it. They removed her name. They still bring the name again and make her a high court judge. So tomorrow night you say she is in one tribunal and they are making you see all this type of something. This is what you see in Nigeria. Thank God for Bukachua, whose husband came to tell the Senate that a part of valediction that if not for my wife and the people I helped, some of them wouldn't be here that gone through tribunal. When the thing started to cast, they say, they misunderstood me. How can I misunderstood what you said, what you spoke English language and it's recorded in tape? So this is the level Nigeria has gone to. But I know Labour Party, we really have to, because you can't just tell me that people like all these senior advocates of Nigeria, like Ozekome, we just keep quiet. He will say, look, they say we didn't file this thing in time because pressmen will still interview him. They said, hey, we that you people failed. The tribunal said that lawyers not in time. It was past the deadline. Ozekome will say something. He will tell you, me, how can we not know what is a deadline? So that is where they gave the plot away. But what I'm trying to say is this. I said, does it mean that are Nigerians destined to be suffering without with to no end? What really are we talking about? We've left the case of, oh, this person didn't attend. Now, this is a full-blown criminal that they put in charge now. A full-blown, there's no doubt. If, look, for you to have anything to do with drug, that is a stain in your life forever. That is a stain in your life. So this is the type of character. Okay, then tell me, why do we have university students reading every day and night to pass exam? You want to study in a university, you are struggling for BSc to see if you can pass out, only to realize that the person in Aso Rock forged his own. And they're trying to bring it to tell the university, don't release anything, which means you are guilty. Which means you are guilty. What you are trying to hid from the people, if they expose it, it will be injurious to your case. And when it is injurious, because you are guilty. Now, this is the Nigeria, and people are expecting something good. You cannot put a blind man to be leading a crowd, and you feel that they will get to promised land. No way, now. A blind man cannot be a driver. That's why when you want to drive a car, you can drive your own if you pass and be messing up. You want to drive a public bus that will be carrying people behind you, man, you have to be the best. You have to go for test. You should be able to see. So that if you want to commit suicide, you are free to commit suicide on your own. But to carry people as a driver, no, you cannot, man. How did we come to the level of Tinubu being in Aso a full-blown criminal? It's no longer hidden. The whole world know. African nations, Cameroon, everybody is talking about it. This drug peddler now wanna put for president, I know the shame. How do we wipe it? And people are even wishing. How can something good come out of that person? Okay, if evil people, good will come out of evil people, why then do people want to be doing good? Tell me why. Why should you now be blaming somebody for exam malpractice in the university? Why? Because if you have it, president, why are you people holding? So why? It is not for nothing that they say evil is evil, good is good. If you want to follow evil, nothing evil is condemnable. And it's everybody condemns it. Now, if you are not telling me that somebody who is a criminal is the person we should look forward to, then why should people spend their time trying to be good, to make their character good, to be saying the truth? Of course not. This is what, like, I believe in introspection. Sometimes I ask myself, of what use? And people are even talking. Is it not a shame that such a person, the past, look at the past, a born criminal, a full-blown criminal, now is in charge, and you're expecting something to change? How can he change? Just tell me, how can he change? If he can change, then let all of us be doing evil then, because it means that if you are doing evil, then that is it. Then why should people bother? Why should we be condemning? Tomorrow somebody will land at Nnamdi Azikiwe port at Abuja. You start the suitcase, you see cocaine, and you say, hey, and so what? The man who pioneered it is in Aso Rock, so which means bad things pay, and Nigerians are keeping quiet. People are even justifying it. A landslide for what? Landslide for what? So when you see an armed robber steal your property, come and loot your house, all you do is that you say, an armed robber. Now then they ran now. You fold your hand. No, it cannot be. Beyond this judgment, Nigerians should think. You go and ask yourself. Then you ask yourself, that's what they call correlation. Why is it that evil are in charge and Nigeria is going down? Why? People will tell you, Nigerians believe in born again. And when the righteous is on the throne, the people rejoice. How many people are rejoicing in Nigeria? Nobody. Which means it is not the righteous that is on the throne. Simple. That is the logic. If you believe the Bible, when the righteous is on the throne, the people will rejoice. Now, are people rejoicing in Nigeria? Everybody is crying. Meaning that the evil is not the righteous, is not on the throne, it's the evil. So what
yes,
really
that's why I said that it is from next week we will know if Nigerians are worth fighting for. Because
yes.
We cannot say it enough. What you are saying now is something we have been crying for a long time. But I think with the judgment of today, people have been given the privilege to make their decisions and know what they want for themselves. If they prefer that the suffering is the best thing that they want to do, that's their choice. If they believe that they really want to take back their country, this is a privilege and opportunity for them to do that, because outside that, we know that the state capture that Nigeria has found themselves, that the only thing that saves Nigeria is a pure revolution. What is going on in all the African countries now is not new. It's because people have been held down for so many years, and they decided that the only way out of it is to use the military to take their country back. So our own country cannot be an exception. So I think that the people in diaspora, we have tried everything humanly possible to make Nigerians back home to know that we are going to help them, we're going to support them to fight for a better Nigeria. But they themselves will have to take up that challenge now, that they are ready now to take over their country, they are ready to stand up, they are ready to pay the sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice. Because I give you an example. You cannot go to a foundation you didn't know how it was built. They have to build the foundation for themselves. Then we, on our own experience over here. We use our experience to be able to, mold the foundation so that if any of us go home, we can be able to stand on that foundation. Why most people in diaspora has failed in Nigeria is because the system is corrupt. The system is captured. And when you go into the system, the same people that you are talking about right now, today, as we are talking about, there are some of them now who have been taken to the restaurant, given a plate of pepper soup. They have forgotten that tomorrow they are going to trek to work. They have forgotten that tomorrow they are going to pay 600 naira for a liter of fuel, just because they had the privilege to drink 2 bottles of beer and a plate of pepper soup tonight. So this is the country we find ourselves. Even in your own family, as we are talking right now, if we are doing something in Nigeria, most of us who live outside, we use our friends to do something in our family. Because even your family brother or sister will want to do you 419 also, because they believe that you pluck the money from the tree. So it is a situation that is not just applicable to the political scene in Nigeria. What of our family values? Our family value, we are suffering the same thing. Most of our sisters and brothers back home think that we are plucking the money from the tree, and they continue to lie in order to take money from you, even though when you ask them to do something for you, because they believe you are going to do it because you are not coming back to Nigeria, they will tell you it is 1,000 naira or $1,000, even though if it is something that can be done with $250. Sometimes we don't ask questions, we know, but this is the system we find ourselves. So it's not just applicable to what we saw today. It is applicable in our family values. Your brothers, your sisters, your cousin, your village brother, your sister. Everybody is living in a system where where criminal act is part of it. You have to do one thing or the other in order to be a fast guy or a fast person in Nigeria. Take the example of us who are living outside here. When you take a flight to Nigeria, immediately you land at Murtala Mohammed Airport. It's like your brain is turned upside down. You begin to break law from Murtala Mohammed Airport. You understand? You forget that they're coming from a place where things are organized. So it's a system that is everywhere.
Ike, please, I want you to help me to laugh. Listen, please, everybody listen attentively to this. Before 2015, before February 25th election, PDP filed a motion in court to disqualify Shetima because of double nomination. Before the election, PDP filed to disqualify Shetima for double nomination. The court replied PDP that no, such a case cannot stop Shetima, that such a case is called post-election. It is after election you can file it. Listen, now today,
you just brought this issue again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just one, please, don't worry. So the court advised advised PDP that you filing for Shetima's disqualification before the election, that no, you should do this type of thing after the election because it is called post-election issue. Do you understand? The PDP agreed. After the election, PDP now filed the same thing for disqualification. The tribunal today ruled that no, that is a pre-election. This is Nigeria.
but that's what I'm telling you. Because you see what the judges on the tribunal are doing today. They will go to the lower court, say what the lower court has done, that they're not going to change it. If it doesn't suit them at the lower court, they will tell you Supreme Court did the other side. They go there and take from Supreme Court that they cannot change it. There are so many things that took place today that will make you to laugh, like as you said. This is to tell you that this system is something that has been organized, it's something that has been premeditated from beginning, that this is what is going to happen. So, but if we are not going to stop fighting, you understand what I mean? So that's why I say this system is so bad. If you check during the time of Obasanjo, even during the time of Jonathan, most of the Nigerian intellectuals that went back to become part of the government of Nigeria, they were all chased out of Nigeria because of corruption. because some of them couldn't fit into the system. Some of them failed because the system failed them because they are not ready to do the same thing that the system is doing. So this is the problem. It's not easy for us to go back to say, okay, we want to change something. It is those people in Nigeria that have been in that system that can be able to upload the rotten system for you to show you what the system that has been rotten. You understand what I'm telling you? Take for example, you send somebody now to go and do something. Immediately they know that you are from outside. In your presence, every price will go to 1,000%. This is Nigeria for you. And if you don't want to do it, that's your problem. You know, so this is the system we find ourselves. It's a very big problem. That's why I say that next week we shall know that if Nigerians are worth fighting for. Because if they are not worth fighting for, why do we have to spend the whole of 1 year or going to 2 years talking in this platform and other platform around the world, trying to see a better Nigeria that all of us be proud of? The people that they are fighting for doing something else. You know, they are the people who are trekking to work. They are the people who don't get a better salary. They are the people who are buying this gasoline or a liter of fuel $600. They are the people who doesn't have electricity. They are the people who doesn't have security. They are the people who are being killed every day. They are the people that are being kidnapped. They are the people that their children are out of school. But still, the same people we're talking about are not ready to do anything.
Mr. Ike, let me just say something. It's not as if Nigerians are not ready to do anything. I've looked at the system. I've looked at their situations. Believe me, they just need a leader. They just need a leader because there's so much poverty on ground in Nigeria. It's just the poverty is just too much that people work on daily basis before they can eat. Which means if they don't work today, that's the system, that's the situation that they've been put into by the Nigeria system. Which means there are people, if they don't go out today, just in a day, they're not going to be able to feed their family. So those type of people, it's going to be difficult to get them on board because if they don't go out, they're not going to be able to feed their families. So it's only just going to take few people to actually change the system, not the whole of Nigeria. Believe me, it's just going to take few serious radical people. If we're waiting for the whole of Nigeria, forget it. No. For example, I'm not waiting for the whole of Nigerians to. No. It's just going to take few radical people. The poverty is too much, and it's just too much.
Yeah, because that is the weapon. That is the weapon. That is the weapon that have manufactured. The weapon of poverty, the weapon of suffering, the weapon of poverty, lack. This is their political weapon that they are using. Look at, for example, take example, the local government election that took place in Edo State. Was there any local government election? No. The governor has already made the election, selected the people, picked their names, select them, make them winners. And on Saturday, people went and wasted their time in trying to cast a vote. Even in some polling stations, there was no election. So, but at the end of the day, PDP won the whole 18 local government area. This is the country we're talking about. This is the system we're talking about. In a good system, do you think that PDP would get a single vote as local government chairman in Edo State? But this is what happened. There was no election. They selected it because the governors control so much power because they want to make the local government as part of the government house. That's why they do everything humanly possible to make sure that they install their people. Obaseke, is it not what happened last 2 weeks here in Edo State? There was no election, but PDP won 18 local government in Edo State. How possible is it that Labour Party did not get one seat? APC did not get one seat in Edo State, local government election. You want to tell me there was an election? No.
Somebody just wrote the results because it's not possible for you to just win 80 local government. I mean, I don't know how these guys are doing these things. 80 local government, all the chairman, just one party. Really?
And you know the worst part of it, the chairman of the election commission is a retired chief justice also.
Do you know what I wanted? Let me not forget. What I wanted to say was this man called Dele Farotimi. Dele Farotimi said he stopped he doesn't want to practice law anymore. They say, why? He said he said there's no point. You dress, you wear your one type of coat and all these things under the heat, only to go and stand before a criminal called a judge who tell lies and be talking to him. He said you are wasting your time. It is today the thing dawned on me that, look, can you imagine? So which means in fact the way this tribunal, the way they were even talking, to be honest with you, I can't practice law in Nigeria because I can't stand an illiterate judge talking to me like that. Imagine telling them that you didn't present your case. You should have asked for the. How dare you? Do you know law more than Ozekome them? Professors. What do you know? They will write the textbook we are going to read. And they come and be telling them. Now I know why Dele Farotimi said no. He said that there's a level of shit somebody can tolerate. To go when you know that this is a criminal law, a criminal job. The judiciary. Oh God. To be honest with you, in fact, I can never. Okay, now look at what happened with these judges. Now check what happened in the Nigerian Bar Association. The president of the corruption that is, Nigeria is captured. The only thing that we save, the only thing that will redeem Nigeria. Please, somebody should mute. Please, so somebody should mute. The only thing that we saw. He said, what really do we need to do? They should decide what are they going to do, because their future is captured. Their future, we never had it this way. Now a criminal, full-blown criminal, is in charge. Tell me, and people are expecting a 24-hour electricity, pipe-borne water, good road. Nigeria will become like Dubai. Not Dubai, sorry. Nigeria will become like Tanzania. Can we attain the level of Tanzania with the way we are in the next 20 years? We can't.
So some people are prophesying to them that dollar and naira will bounce back to than dollar. If only you knew the level of capture, state capture that the country is on.
No. If my friend, if you say capture, don't just say capture. Just say they capture the brain of the people. The brain, not the territory anymore. It's the brain. So which economist we tell them that
they capture their resources.
So
they capture our resources. They capture everything. Then they capture including the brains. I mean,
so this your dirty one. Be equal to so why do people still believe all those things? What you should be saying is, will Nigeria, will $1 be equivalent to 100,000 naira in the next 2 months? That's what you'll be praying against.
Do you know why? Do you know why they can talk like that? Because they've looked at Nigerians. The number of people that are poor are very many. So when someone is poor, they hardly think outside the box. So when they're always looking for this miracle, you understand? I'm saying, oh, something. They say, amen, amen. Because everybody, they're looking for miracle.
Tobias, I tell people that, look, if you say Nigeria is not look at this. Nigeria are full of rice. In Abuja, say you go to Gombe State, you go to Imo State, you go and deliver in Oyo State, you go and deliver to Abia, deliver to Rivers. Okay, go to Lagos. You are going to Edo. That is Nigeria now.
I think these judges learn from our able men of God. They deliver miracle judgment today. The judges could not believe such statements. So they have to do theirs today, man.
Okay. When they deliver this rice, these bags of rice, you don't say them is 5 billion for state per each state. He said, but they've only given me 2 billion. No, let me tell Anambra people, it's only 2 that we've received. We are still waiting for 3 billion to make it 5 that they announced, because they can announce 5 and you think that they've given. Now, that apart, if you now send bags of rice to different states and they eat it on a Monday, what happens on Tuesday? Hey, Chideke.
Do you know why they think like that? Do you know why they think like that? They know that when the poor man hears 5 billion naira, he just, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But he wouldn't know that he's not even going to get up to 2,000 naira.
In short, do you know the situation Nigeria is now? Do you know, sometimes I don't, because something is that I believe, I read somewhere that Soludo said Buhari printed a 12 trillion naira without anything to back it. In other words, just like the way you are now, if for those of you in US, they paid you salary or somewhere, because the salary they pay you, you work for it. You've been to work, put all the hours, they pay, they give you this envelope, your salary for the month. In order for somehow you take this your salary, eat it within 2 days. There's no more money left, and you just decide to bring out your printer, the one you keep in the house, and tell it to print, use it to print dollar. When you print dollar, you put it in your pocket and start going to the market. That's what it means. Nigeria is now printing. They print money every month and share. Hey, Chineke. They print money every month. They print money and share. Eh? You will hear that pure water for you hear pure water is not naira now. I don't call. So when you look at this now, you say, hey.
You're not far from the truth, Sian, because they now borrow money on our gold reserve. So our reserve, I think about 40% of it is missing. Between Buhari and now, about 40% of it is missing. So it's like they borrowed money on it.
Hey, you know, I don't know why. I don't know whether it's because it's only me that know this thing or that girls don't know it. What is the fate of what? According to the government, their own goal, 3 million people in multi-dimensional poverty. 133 million, which is almost more than the population of how many countries in Europe?
That's the population of almost the rest of West African countries, plus even going down.
The rest of, okay, if you bring more than 20 countries in, 10 countries in Europe, 10 million, yes. That is their population, they even call it multi-dimensional poverty. What are you doing there? And when they quoted this figure was about 6 or 7 months ago. Who knows what it will be now?
Oh, by now it's worse. It's worse.
That
was before the fuel price, fuel subsidy thing. So by now it's definitely worse.
These judges disgrace us today. Each time if I was expecting anything good from them, because I mean, like, I know the system is so bad that, but just to give them benefit of doubt, and most of Nigerians who still believe that, you know, justice can happen. Okay, let's see. But we know that presidential election is a very, very strong election. This is why then I was really, really skeptical about not allowing Tinubu to be sworn in at the first instance. You see, you can't swear in someone who is already a president. He has the how they used to say he gets knife, he gets cutlass. I don't know how that stuff. He has everything. These are people who pays the judges. A president is completely different from a governorship election. Governorship election is, you know, is specific, a particular state, so it's very small compared to the presidential election. It's bogus. The president of Nigeria is too powerful. According to the constitution, he's just too powerful. Everybody will be afraid of him. Everybody, including the judges.
Do you know? In fact, one thing I've learned about Nigeria is this. I don't know why am I having echo. One thing I've learned about Nigeria is this. Even if you just they give people shit, they will justify the reason why they are taking the shit. So which poverty and thing. Nigeria has gone to a level that the federal government, oh dear, that the federal government will now put bags of rice in a trailer and be sending to states. Chineke. So when you go to states, you say you gather the poor people and give them rice. So the poor people, can't they eat beans? What of yam? What of Gary? Like Tinubu said, give them Gary, Ewa, Gary, Ewa, give them. So when you look at all these things, you say,
Those are just formality. How many poor people do they really think they can feed? They're lying. We all know that it's all lies. How many poor people do they really think they can feed? They can give things to. Ordinary school feeding. Did you not see the school feeding they did? They were stealing the money. I mean, you all forget about school feeding they did last time?
Nigeria is captured. Hey, Chineke.
Nigeria is under state captured. State captured. Every element that you could think of. Every element you could think of, has been used to capture Nigeria. So it's going to take an equal force, to be able to pull out of it. And only serious people, serious-minded people, real guys. And I think I'm looking for those guys. Real guys.
Hey, I cannot believe this, man. So this is the level Nigeria has come to now. To the extent that just Chineke. Anyway, well, the thing is, something must have to give. That is what I believe. But when it is, how it's gonna be, I don't know. But something must surely give. I mean, the level of poverty is so devastating and dehumanizing. How can people, for God's sake, believing it? Okay, we are now in the poverty capital of the world. Government that is telling us they are the best admitted the 133 million. If about 40 million Nigerians are poor, don't you know it's a shame? 133 out of 200 million, they say. And that thing must have got into 180 now. Because you can't tell me that.
That's a failed state already. In a normal setting, the military is supposed to act because the failed state, the government agrees to those figures. That's a failed state already.
Gabon changed. See, Gabon did coup to change their head of state or president. Nigerians are living Look, Gabon is like advanced country compared to Nigeria. Gabon, you are seeing. Gabon is highly advanced, more than Nigeria. Go and check. They have electricity they are using. At least the happy to approximately. But Nigeria, with nonsense we are facing here, people are still putting up hope. Hey, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, I just said it's not. It's most Nigerians have. I've done the research on it. It's not really their fault. You see, they just need a motivational kind of life, and then that's all they need. But in a right direction, in a right direction, people need to think about. Don't you see that even Nigerians are scared to do honorary protest? Don't you see it? They don't like to do protests. Yeah. Why do you think they don't like to do protests? Number one, because they feel that they are not secure. Number one. So if anything happens to them, they think about their family. They think about they're not having enough money to take care of themselves. They cannot eat. They cannot. So every day they are busy trying to feed. That's the worst situation that any country can go to. But the worst thing will be the day they will rise up. There will be no control. They will take down the whole of the country. Logically, logically, the day they will rise up, believe me, they will take down the whole of the country. You know why? Because there'll be nothing left for them. So they will just feel like, well, make everybody just go by. You know what I'm saying? So before it gets to that level, something has to happen. It has, there has to be kind of leaders. People need to lead. Otherwise, if there's no lead, oh my goodness, it will be terrible. It will be terrible. History has shown that those type of situations, you see all of these politicians running, believe me, it will be terrible. They won't even be able to fly out because the people will capture them with their bare hands.
Okay.
I think too. I think too. Another major thing that is making us not to protest in situations like this is these politicians. They have so much, divided us between ethnic line and religious line. So we are so divided to the point that youth that you think that this is a reasonable person, that is a young person that will come out and speak truth to power, you will see them supporting the same evil that we are supposed to fight against. So when we are so divided, it will be difficult for us to come together as one.
So
if you take all these African countries, most of them, they just decide as one, Sri Lanka as one, Gabon as one, Niger as one. So that oneness must be there before you be able to do anything. As long as we are still being divided within ethnic line, regional line, religious line, I guarantee it will be difficult to.
So we are in the crisis.
Are we bringing every one of them together right now? As the way I'm looking at them.
Are we in the crisis management mode now, or the damage control? CM, what do you think? Crisis management?
Do you mean as per Nigeria? Well,
yeah.
If you ask me now, who I go ask? The thing is, to be honest with you, anything or give you a definite answer, I don't know. First, the people have traumatized before today or yesterday.
CM, let's be realistic to ourselves. Let's be realistic to ourselves, right? Just like now in a family of 8, I guarantee you can see one of them inside of.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, breaking up.
Okay, there's one thing that I don't know if we are aware of. COVID. There's a bad strain of COVID that is coming around now. So people will be falling like flies. So whatever we're going to do, let's do it before it catches up with us. And
okay,
what
brothers, I have to leave you guys to continue. God bless you for the time. I will see all of you tomorrow, God's willing. God bless you.
God bless you. I think everybody is like,
it's true.
It was a very low blow today. So everybody's just demoralized. By tomorrow, I think people will be waking up to say,
let me just say something to that COVID. If you, for example, if you are in a place where you have fire, I don't know, like in some schools,
please, can somebody mute? The noise is too much. The background noise.
Check. Is it from my end? Just check mine. Is it from my end?
Probably. I think it has
from my end?
It's still coming.
Coming.
Let me mute mine and see.
It's starting again.
It is?
It's still there.
Could it be mine?
It could be. If you just mute yourself, let's see. Mute your. Mute your. Hey, it has stopped. It should be you. Yes, it is you. F.
Okay, let me quickly say that if you're in a place where you have if the COVID actually if this news like I should say if it's coming around and you're in a place where the tower they put on tower for this 5G because since they are turning on, what you just do is that before you go to bed, switch it off. You just switch it off so that you don't have much signals go through your body because in most time our skin is currently human skin is currently not. They are trying to compress it anyway, try to reduce it, but it's really not that. That's what's really happening. So all this there is a COVID office stuff. Forget about those things. Did you see that what happens in Ukraine? Ever since Ukraine was started, nobody talks about it again. Now the war is likely as even they want to talk about it. So it's just a code that I'm giving you guys. If you in a city whereby they are doing some testing and they're putting on that tower, all you need to do before you go to bed, switch it off. Just switch your phone off, so that you can. Otherwise, like most elderly people, sometimes their body is really not able to kind of like absorb those things because it's just too high. It's actually 10 GB compressed to 5G. That's what's happening. So people should not. It's not. People are not supposed to be scared, so that people don't get scared, and because most times when people are scared, any little thing they can be affected.
It's true. Well, the thing is, given to me, even our politics now is even so dangerous. But in fact, the thing is that I will urge each and every one of us to let's see what the labor legal team, P2B's legal team will say, because all these things that happened, they may bring a perspective that we never thought about. Because this is just like a coup. I mean, I've not had this type of thing. How can we legitimize? Not even there is no evidence that P2B gave or Labour Party that they admitted. Everything was dismissed. They lacked merit. Dismissed. I say, hi. Even if it's me that is not a lawyer, at least I can present a good evidence. Not to talk of when professors did it, and yet nothing. Well, if Nigerians they like to justify anything, for those that we justify, petrol is still the same thing. Whether you hate P2B or you don't hate him, petrol, everybody is facing the thing. But we cannot continue to resist. So, gentlemen, I think I will take my leave. It's past 1 a.m. here. Almost getting.
The judges were not professional. They dismissed all the evidence just because they were angry. That was what happens to them. Which means they were not professional.
Everybody
is true. It doesn't matter whether you are angry. You will do the job professionally. So they were angry. Why would you be angry over a case? It does not matter. Even if the lawyer accuses you, but you have to do the job professionally. It has nothing to do with your emotion. So what they did was that they actually delivered judgment based on their emotion, not based on the rule of law.
Yes,
and even the manual to Samani, he even said something to that effect in his closing when he appealed to the judges and said maybe at a later date they will meet in a better setting and smile again. So whatever it is, I'm quite sure that whatever Tinubu paid them worked very well. I don't think it is their person that appeared today. It is the corrupt person in them that came out today, because that didn't sound like any kind of, even a kid. If you had put a kid in that seat, there's no way the kid would not have weighed things a little bit better. They were just weighing things from the lenses of Tinubu. But I think they started this long before, even during the hearing. Because remember, at a stage, it's like Tinubu's lawyers froze. They didn't present anybody anymore. No evidence, no witnesses, everything. So it's as if they have communicated to them, hey, you guys don't worry, don't bring anything. Just close your case and we will take it from here. And that's what happened. Because they said they were going to bring witnesses, and then all of a sudden they said, oh, no more witness, no more witness, no more. So, and then the next thing, oh, that they will offer whatever in their final whatever at the right time. And that right time happened to be today. So definitely it's a conspiracy. It's something that is planned. There's no way you tell me that they didn't know these or planned this together. They did. The only bad thing is that Nigeria is the entity that will suffer.
Anyway, it's all right, gentlemen. Good night. Let me go and sleep so that I can be useful at least a little bit tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow will be much brighter because we can't go any lower.
I do hope that Nigeria has a very great country. But if there's no great Nigeria, well, I'm proud of my Benin Empire. So maybe we're going to be loaded that.
I guess it's either Nigeria or Biafra, but one has to come to fruition.
We can't continue like this, sir. Believe me, we can't continue like this. And if we say we want to go like this, stay like this, well, but I know something is going to happen. But you know, I've been saying this since January. I've been saying it. Something is going to happen in Africa. Something is happening. It's what's happening, and these judges, I think they are paving way for things to happen. Well, maybe they also have the idea of what is about to happen. I don't know, but I just know that something is going to happen. Things are taking shape, and then we might just wake up tomorrow and there's a breaking news. So, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. Mr. Elvis. God bless you for giving us the platform. A lot of people are still listening because people are discouraged right now. I don't want people to be discouraged. Please don't be discouraged. You need to be strong. I know you're listening. You need to be very, very strong. Know fully well that your future is in your hands. You're the one to actually do the stuff. Nobody, not the pastor, not prophet, nobody. You're the one to actually take back your country. So you get ready to take back your country. I'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless you.